7 preview going on right now with just about less than 24 hours left as we preview what is considered to be left as we preview what is considered to be probably the best card of the whole entire year. Now, why exactly is that? What makes this the best card of the whole entire year? Well, we're gonna find out. We're gonna take a look at some of the most anticipated fights in the event. We're going to take a look at the fights that are not so highly anticipated, but somehow have some sort of meaning behind it. Like, for example, what is one fight that you could say throughout this whole entire event that you could say you're not excited for? Right? Not very many. You could say maybe the Suarez versus Godinez fight doesn't interest you as much, right? But other than that, a lot of these fights have a lot of different implications behind them. For example, obviously, Paulo Costa fighting at 205, right? Consequential, because what does this mean for him fighting at 205, right? Is he ever going to come back down to 185? And is it even worth it for him to come back down to 185? But what about his opponent, Osmat, a very short 205er, right? But he's undefeated. He's doing something right. And we're going to try and figure out exactly what that is. What is it that he does right? What is it that he does right? He's 5'8" and he's a 205 pounder. Very interesting. Very interesting, to say the least, right? What makes him so special at that weight class? Is it because he's got strength? I mean, look at Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson was a 5'10" heavyweight, knocking everybody out, right? Knocking everybody out. Even in the first round, boom, just knocks him out, right? Sometimes it doesn't take a lot of size to win. I mean, take a look at Alexander Usyk, for crying out loud. Alexander Usyk right now is the best boxer in the world of boxing, and yet he is fighting in an era where everybody are giants. Tyson Fury is a giant. Uh, Zhang is a giant, although he never fought Zhang. He fought Anthony Joshua, who's a giant in his own right. Um, but Alexander Usyk beat everybody in the cruiserweight division. And you know what? Alexander Usyk is not the first example of this reality. For example, if you remember in history, you remember Holyfield, right? Not a very big heavyweight as well. Also, very similar to that background of Alexander Usyk, came from a cruiserweight division only for him to come back down and or come back up and fight at heavyweight, right? Very similar trajectory they had going on. So that's what we're going to talk about, man. We're going to talk about Osmat and Paulo Costa. We're going to talk about Ulberg and Yuri. And by the way, some of the weird training methods that he sort of implemented going into this, right? Which, by the way, I barely talked about in the previous videos that I did regarding this particular event, right? Which, by the way, is a travesty in and of itself. Like, why is it that I didn't even go into these particular subjects? Like, for example, allowing ants to get at him and bite him for pain tolerance. How is that going to help him in the octagon? Well, Yuri obviously believes that that's somehow going to help in some kind of way. I don't know. I don't know if that will really help him, but he believes it. And sometimes belief is really the most powerful thing that you can, sort of create for yourself going into a fight, especially in a fight where you can be an underdog. Drizzy Goat, man, shout out to you. He says Carlos, Walker, Hockett, and Hazmat all by KO. Do you agree, bro? Okay, so let's run through this, right? Carlos Ulberg, I agree with you. Walker, I don't agree with you. I believe that Dominic Reyes is going to win that fight based on the footwork and based on the technical efficiency that I know Dominic Reyes has. For example, I know that Dominic Reyes is going to implement a lot of footwork. He's going to use a lot of side-to-side motion. He's going to pick him apart. He's going to use his range. And Johnny Walker is going to do what Johnny Walker does best, which is what? Fight very carelessly, fight very chaotic, to which Dominic Reyes is going to look like Dominic Cruz in this fight, at least prime Dominic Cruz, that is. Hockett, I'm starting to agree with you on that one. I think originally my first pick of this fight between them was Curtis Blades. And the reason why I say that is because I believe that Curtis Blades has gone through names and competitions that I think is going to help him in the long run in terms of dealing with whatever it is that Josh Hockett is going to bring him, right? But once again, the other theme that we just talked about earlier, what did we just talk about earlier? We talked about how uh, Osmont is a small heavyweight, right? And by the way, Osmont is one of the people um, that you picked also. I agree with that. I agree that he's going to win this. He's undefeated for a reason. But you know what? Josh Hockett is also undefeated. And Josh Hockett is also a small heavyweight. And by the way, all the antics aside that he had going on right now, I mean, obviously, I don't know what it is that he's trying to go for here. Is he going for a weird character type of personality that's awkward, or somebody that just looks like they have, I don't know, some sort of mental health problems, or some sort of Joker character, or what is it that he's shooting for here? What is his prime motivation into trying to create these uh provocative emotions out of people? Or you know what? I remember seeing Chris Weidman earlier today in the Countdown show. He said something to the effect of, this is something I noticed about the guy, right? He doesn't normally go at people in a very personal way. And I know what he means by that. If you guys remember back when Colby Covington fought Leon Edwards for the 170-pound championship, what is it that Colby Covington said that ultimately really riled up a lot of people? Well, you remember what it is. He said that your father is, you know what, in Jahannam. Okay. And obviously not in those exact words of Arabic that I had just mentioned. But for those of you that are Arabic speakers and that understand what that means, you know exactly what I'm saying, and you know where I am going with this. Okay. He said that about his dad. Okay. Very distasteful. Obviously, that is in reference to Leon Edwards' father being a former drug lord. Okay. Before he was shot. And obviously, Colby Covington let the world know of the faith in his afterlife, which, by the way, I'm going to be honest with you. I mean, listen, in the Islamic standards and how we understand things, maybe he's not wrong. But either way, there's just some things that you don't say. Okay, there's just some things that you don't say. Like, I understand that it's important to tell the truth, it's important to be very honest. But at what point does honesty become rude or uh blatant harm? Trying to cause some kind of blatant harm in the words that you say, right? Well, obviously, uh Colby Covington saying those things were not out of good faith. Well, neither are some of the things that Josh Hockett says, but he doesn't go into your personal life. I mean, he mentioned something about Curtis Blades. Hey, if you want to see what an ugly child, blah blah yada yada looks like, take a look at Curtis Blades and his parents, or this, that, and the other. I mean, yeah, that's borderline distasteful, but at the same time, he never really mentioned anything specific about the family of Curtis Blades, or uh how they are, or what they had going on, or some sort of personal issue. Like, he never mentioned anything about some kind of financial issue they may have going on, or some kind of underlying disease that may be present in the family to any degree. He never did any of that. So I kind of understand what Chris Weidman means when he says that, hey, you know what, he was saying all of these things out of good faith, right? Or just harmless banter, as he says, right? And then he also mentioned in the countdown show, at the weigh-in countdown show, how one of his buddies, who was an accountant, was asking about this fight. right? Hey, what about this Josh Hockett guy? So obviously he's doing something right to get people's attention. Let me read some of the comments right here. Drizzy Goat says, Nate or Cub? I got Nate. You know what? I think I got Nate on that one as well. I know that everybody wants to see Cub go out with a win, right? Go out with a win. Maybe, I don't know, man. That's a tough one, man. 22 years he's been fighting, right? 22 years he's been fighting. Very, very long time. That's a very, very long time. 2004. Okay, that's how long Nate has been fighting. So he's been fighting since I've been out of high school. Wow, man, where has the time been? Subhanallah, that's crazy. That is crazy. Um, Castro says hello. Hello, Castro. Let me know what part of the world you are from. I think it's the first time that I've seen you in this chat here. Welcome to the chat. Hope you are having a wonderful night. Hope you're having a beautiful night, rather. Um, so, all right, let's see what else. What else can we talk about with this particular fight right here? So, let's take a look at the cards. So, okay, you asked about Cub and Nate. Yeah, that's you know what, man. I think my original pick was Cub Swanson, and although I agree with my original statement where I said something to the effect of I don't think that most people really go out on top at the end of their careers, right? In fact, everybody leaves with a loss of some sort, right? So that's something to, sort of look out for right there, right? There's a potential to losing. There's a potential loss here for Cub Swanson. But looking at it on paper, 22-year veteran, been a pro since 2004, um, very technical. I would say probably a lot more well-rounded than Nate Landwehr. Yeah, I'm going to take my bet with Cub Swanson. I think that he goes out on top. Let me tell you something, right? Let's take a look at how old is Nate Landwehr? How old is Nate Landwehr? So he's 37 and Cub Swanson is 42, right? But Cub Swanson obviously has way more fights, way more significant fights than that of Nate Landwehr, right? So we're talking about 44 professional fights for Cub Swanson in a span of 20 years. And Nate Landwehr has 18 wins, 7 losses. So what's that? 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25 fights. So roughly about half the fights that Cub Swanson has going on at his age. What does this tell you? And what does this tell you of why I'm going to pick uh, Cub Swanson over Nate Landwehr? Well, this is what I think, right? I think that there's a certain older generation that has far more skills than the modern fighters today. Let me explain what I mean by this, right? So the modern MMA fighter right now, I believe, is a lot less well-rounded. So the modern MMA fighter right now is a lot less well-rounded than the previous generation. Okay, let me explain why. I think there's a certain point where MMA becomes stagnant. Everybody is learning the same things. Everybody is sort of in this copycat league mode, if you know what I mean by copycat league, right? Well, what does copycat league mean? Well, okay, for example, in the NFL, if let's say a Hail Mary, a certain type of Hail Mary play works, right? And they know that this certain running play works or this passing play works. Now, obviously, I'm not a expert in football, but for those football guys that are listening to this, I think you kind of understand what I'm sort of conveying here, right? Basically, a plan that works, a technique that works. Well, that's how the UFC is. You ever hear Joe Rogan talk about calf kicks over and over again? Well, guess what? There's a reason for why he's constantly mentioning calf kicks. It's because everybody is using calf kicks to a certain degree. Everybody is throwing calf kicks. Everybody is using single legs. Everybody is using X, Y, and Z, right? It's a copycat league. So over time, nobody wants to try and evolve new skills. Nobody wants to try anything new. Everybody just wants to try what actually works until, of course, somebody breaks that mold or comes up with a different strategy or comes up with a different method of attacking a particular problem, right? Cub Swanson comes from the same era of George St. Pierre. He comes from the same era of Jon Jones. He comes from the same era of Carlos Condit. I believe he was at one point uh, a Greg Jackson fighter. Let me make sure if I'm correct about that. I swear Cub Swanson was a Greg Jackson fighter at some point. Yes, he was. Okay, so obviously, yes, until 2018, he was a member of Greg Jackson. So, what do I remember about that team? Obviously, it's one of the most well-rounded teams in MMA, right? I'm talking about the Greg Jackson camp, one of the most well-rounded camps in mixed martial arts. So that is the camp that Cub Swanson comes from. That is also the type of era that he comes from. They emphasized a lot in mixing it up. They emphasize a lot in not being a one-trick pony, right? Because that's sort of what I notice with a lot of the modern MMA fighters today, or at least within the era of, let's say, Adesanya, Conor McGregor, Khabib, right? That particular era, 2016, 17, 18, 19 class, right? And then maybe 20, 21, obviously at the end of Khabib's career there. And then obviously 2021, the last time that Conor McGregor fought, yes, he can come back and fight again, but he'll be welcomed back as sort of how do you say this, as the elder statesman and what have you, right? I think that's sort of what you're going to get out of Conor. That's sort of what he's going to be standardized as, the older statesman, right? So in other words, at that particular era, so let's say from 2016 to 2021, that's an end of an era right there, right? But that particular era, the one that I just mentioned to you right now, Khabib, Israel Adesanya, uh, Conor McGregor, all these guys are one trick ponies. And I don't mean this in a very disparaging way, right? I just mean that there are just guys out there that are way more well rounded than them. That's just what it is, right? There's guys that are way more well rounded than Khabib, even though Khabib is very dominant. There's guys that are way more well rounded than Conor McGregor, even though Conor McGregor can knock out anybody and put anyone's lights out at any time. There's guys out there that are way more well rounded, as we figured out recently with the Joe Pfeiffer fight, that there are guys that are well more rounded than Israel Adesanya. But that is what they have in common. They are all one trick ponies, right? That is the era that they come from. So, how does this relate to the Nate Landwehr Cub Swanson fight? As I'm going on a long tirade about this. Well, here's what it is, right? I think Nate Landwehr comes from that era of that Conor McGregor, Israel Adesanya, and Khabib, right? He comes from that era, indicative of the fact that he's 37 years old. Now, Cub Swanson, 42 years old. We're talking about a guy that debuted at 2004, right? What year did George St. Pierre debut in MMA? 2002. What was the year that Jon Jones debuted in MMA? Let's find out. Let's I believe it was 2008, but let's make sure. Let's make sure if that was the year. Yes, I am correct. That was the year that he started off his pro career, was 2008. Okay, so yeah, nonetheless, he is from that era. Okay, he is from that era. So what I'm saying is that the era of Jon Jones, George St. Pierre, Cub Swanson, they were a lot more well-rounded. Cub Swanson is very much well-rounded. This is a generation of guys that relies a lot on their one trick pony, right? Khabib relied a lot on his single leg trips, takedowns, grappling. Israel Adesanya relied a lot on his jabs, long range kicks, front kicks, leg kicks, calf kicks, basically his striking prowess. Conor McGregor relied a lot on his movement, elusiveness, whatever that was left of it in 2016, and never saw it again when he returned. Uh, yes, one trick pony, striking. But then here comes the era of Islam Makhachev. Here comes the era of Ilya Topora. Here comes the era of who's a top champion right now. Obviously, Joshua Van, you could throw in there, right? What's the common denominator in that? The common denominator in that is that they decided, you know what, after this era of Khabib, Islam, I'm sorry, Khabib, Connor, and Adesanya, I think that this new generation of guys made it a conscious decision. Hey, you know what? We're going to become a lot more well-rounded. We're going to implement head kicks, i.e., Islam Makhachev. We're going to implement not just good boxing, but also good judo and good wrestling and jiu-jitsu, i.e., Ilya Tapora. Um, yeah, that is the kind of era that we're in right now, right? Now we're going back to the well-rounded era. Well, what I'm saying is that I feel that Cub Swanson comes from that era that emphasized well-roundedness, especially from the teams that he came from, with Greg Jackson and things of that nature, right? That's sort of what they emphasize is being well-rounded. So as a result of that, yeah, I think I'm gonna have to go with I think that is the reason why I'm gonna go with Cub Swanson on this one. Yeah, so I'm gonna go with Cub Swanson on this one. Uh, yeah, man, and they are the first fight of the evening. And then there's Dominic Reyes, Walker right after that. Yeah, man, just one exciting fight after another in the main card, right? The main card, it's like, wow, every single one of those fights is consequential, right? Like you want to know what's going to happen with Cub Swanson versus Nate Landwehr. Well, of course you want to know what's going to happen with that one because uh you want to see if Cub Swanson goes out on top. And you want to see if Nate Landwehr at 37 can still hang out up there with the big dogs because obviously he ain't going anywhere whether win or lose on this one, but it's up to him to determine what kind of matchup you're going to put him up with next. Dominic Reyes and Johnny Walker, obviously a very consequential matchup as well. At one point, there was a lot of hype behind Johnny Walker, but he got pushed back. Um, and then eventually, started becoming, you know, a little bit better, I suppose, right? Well, now here they are, right? They're sort of in the right time, in the right trajectory of their career right now for them to have this fight going on. So, uh, again, consequential, right? What is that going to mean for Dominic Reyes? He was doing so good, had a 3-fight winning streak just right before, he got finished in his last fight. Yeah, man. So a lot of really consequential determinations here. Right now, he's at 36 years old, right? So he's kind of in his, latter stages of his career. And yeah, lost to Olberg in his last fight. Prior to that, had a win over Nikita, had a win over Anthony Smith. By the way, yeah, Anthony Smith tonight, man, fought. Anthony Smith fought tonight at Bare Knuckle FC, interestingly enough. So, um, hmm. Interestingly enough. All right. All right. What else here? What else are some interesting fights that we can take a look at here? So earlier, okay, so Chris Padilla taking on Markel Maduros. That's an interesting fight. That's probably one of the a little bit of the unknown fights here in this card. Obviously, Charles Radke taking on Francisco Prado. That's an interesting fight. Kelvin Gastelum straight away, right, in the second fight of the evening. Right. So again, it's a good pacing that they have going on, right? You start off with Charles Radke and Francisco Prado, two guys you don't know from a can of paint. You don't really know, uh, you don't really know these guys, right? There's just, current openers. And then you transition straight away into Kelvin Gastelum and Vicente Luque right afterwards. And then you go back to at the end of the early prelims, which ends the early prelims, Chris Padilla and Markel Medeiros. You don't really know much about these guys, right? Well, all right, let's take a look at who Charles Radke is, right? So he's 11-5 right now in his current record right now, 35 years old, taking on Francisco Prado, 23. So a bit of an age factor here. Identical height, obviously identical weight at 170. Charles Radke at 72-inch, 69 for Prado. Charles Radke, let's see where he's been in his career so far. Yeah, the truck buffalo, as they call him, 11-2. Mike Malott, he lost to Mike Malott, got knocked out by Mike Malott. Had a win over Daniel Frunza. That was back in November. Has lost to Carlos Prates. Uh, let's see who else here. Okay, so a bunch of regional wins here. All right. Now let's take a look at Prado. What do we got from our man Prado here? 12-4 on a 3-fight losing streak right now. So he started off his first loss against Jamie Malarkey. That was back in UFC 284. Then gets a win over Ottoman Azaitar. Loses to Daniel Zulberg. This is where his 3-fight losing streak started right here for Francisco Prado, right? Francisco Prado lost to Daniel Zellhuber. Then Francisco Prado lost to Jake Matthews. That was in the Duplessis versus Strickland 2 fight. And then his last loss was back in July 19th against Nikolai Varenkov. And that was by split decision. That was for the Max Holloway Poirier card. So, yeah, on a 3-fight losing streak right now. But it doesn't mean, but I would still favor Francisco Prado to win that one. So, yeah, I'll go with Francisco Prado on this one, probably by a decision. Let me know what you guys think for that one as we sort of close off our final predictions on this one right here. Let's see here. Okay, so all right, I'll take Prado for that fight right there. Prado, I will take for the early prelims on that one. Now, Kelvin Gastelum versus Vicente Luque. Boy, I really like this fight right here. Okay, because one thing that these two can offer is complete and utter chaos. That is what these two offer in a fight. Okay, they offer complete and utter chaos. What do we got here? Abdul Rahim, shout out to you, my man. He says, hi, Kyrie and chat. Assalamu alaikum. How are you? Fury versus Makhmudov, Ben versus Regis, Rikakpour versus Takeshi, Charlie versus Cuny. You are knowledgeable. Thank you. Okay, so I hate to say it. Obviously, I'm going to go with Fury on that one, but you never know, man. Makhmudov may very well pull off an upset, especially if Fury is not on his game. That's a possibility. Uh, Ben versus Regis. Obviously, I'm going to go with Ben. Seems like the favorite going into this, but you never know. Maybe they're setting him up to lose, right? You never know. I will say he will come off with a win, and I think the win that he's going to come off of this one, I think it's going to sort of make him look questionable, right? A lot of people are going to question his skills up at this point. They're going to question his worth, especially with what he's going to be. It's going to be one of those fights where he's going to have a hard time, right? Regis Projay is no joke, right? And he can absolutely give Connor Ben some problems. But I think it's one of those situations where they set up Connor Ben to win. I don't see that going any other way. But if you do, let me know. right? Especially if you've uh, seen footages of Regis Projay fight before, and if you see anything significant that would indicate that, hey, you know what, this kid could be a serious problem for Conor Benn. But overall, I think this is Conor Benn's fight to win. It is his fight to win. He's set up to win this fight, and that's how it's going to go. Riakporhe versus Tishi. I'm going to go with Riakporhe. Charkey versus Huni. I'll go with Huni on that one. But let me know what you think, right? So that's my prediction for the boxing card. Abdul Rahim, I noticed that you asked me a lot about the boxing cards. Is it fair to say that you like boxing more than you like MMA? I mean, it kind of makes sense, you being a UK guy. He says, yeah, Ben should fight Boots. Yeah, that's a very tough fight. But I can see, but you know what? Boots Ennis, weirdly enough, he fights for uh Eddie Hearn. He fights for Eddie Hearn's promotion. Okay. And they would have made that happen, right? But obviously, Dana White is not going to throw him in there against Jaron Boots Ennis straight away. Oh no, that's not going to happen, right? That's not something that he's going to do. He's not going to throw him in there straight away. Mm, so yeah, he would be reluctant to do that, right? It would be a bad matchup. Uh, but yeah, if they couldn't do it in Matchroom, I don't know how they're going to do that while he is on the other side of the street now. But that would be a fun fight, although it would be easy work for Boots, I would imagine. Against Stevenson, yeah, I think Stevenson could also wreck him. Against Haney and Ryan Garcia, yeah, all these guys, they all beat him. All these guys, they beat Conor Benn. Look, Conor Benn, you want to know why Conor Benn is a very uh highly sought out talent right now. You want to know why he is that? The reason why he's a highly sought out talent is because he was lucky enough to have been born into the Benn family. By the way, a Benn family that has had beef with the Eubanks, and their dads happen to have had settled it in the ring in front of millions of people around the world. And they decided, you know what, we're going to live off of our father's names, use that rivalry for our own big boxing matchup with two guys that are barely just world level, but are treated like world level championship boxing material. Okay, at least in terms of the attention and notoriety that they got out of the fight. Okay, so that's them in a nutshell. So that's what Conor Benn is. He is just a guy that was lucky enough to have ran across um, the right people, to have ran across the right opponent, the right rivalry that was set up for him. But other than that, you name all these names that we just mentioned right now. Could he beat Boots Ennis? Nope. And you know in your heart of hearts he can't. Can he beat Stevenson? Nope. And you know in your heart of hearts he can't. Could Conor Benn beat Ryan Garcia? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. There's no chance. Abdul Rahim says, I prefer boxing to UFC. Okay. I watch the Muslim fighters on the UFC. Can't wait for Chimaev and Islam. I want Makhmudov to win versus Fury. I don't like Tyson Fury, Tommy Fury, and John Fury. Yeah. So isn't Tommy Fury also fighting this weekend? He's fighting Eddie Hall. When is that Eddie Hall fight? The Eddie Hall Tommy Fury fight. Let me see when that fight is. Tommy Fury versus Eddie Hall. When is that fight? June 13th. Okay. So that's okay, so that's a June 13th fight. All right, so one day before the White House card. Okay, so something to look forward to one day before the White House card. All right. Tommy Fury against Eddie Hall. Okay. Yeah, easy work for Tommy Fury. Is this an exhibition? Is this an exhibition? Uh, in a boxing match, title versus Beauty and the Beast, huh? Is this a real fight? Let's ask Google. Yes, Tommy Fury is scheduled to fight. Okay, this is a real fight, likely to be. Okay, so this is a real pro card. Okay, wow, they really are going through with this as a pro card. All right. So all right, so that's a little further away. Okay, nothing to do with this weekend, obviously irrelevant to this weekend because yeah, this is only for weeks out. So this, yeah, we're gonna have to wait all weeks out for this one. Okay, all right. All right. So what else? What else do we preview in this card? Okay, so yeah, from there we have Chris Padilla versus Markel Maduros, right? That's the next fight. Yeah, we'll talk about Kevin Gastelum and Vicente Luque as well. But let's take a look at where Chris Padilla has been in his career trajectory right here. Let's take a look at where he's been his career thus far. Um, Chris Padilla. We're looking at Chris Padilla right now. Nicknamed the Taco is Chris Padilla. So 17-6, his current record right now. He fought in Bellator one time. Never won Bellator. Had one loss in Bellator. He was supposed to fight in A1, Uriah Faber's organization. All right, so he's on a bit on a winning streak here. Okay, he's got a win over Ishmael Bonfim, Jai Herbert. Yeah, Jai Herbert. Interesting name, the Black Country Banger. That's straight British slang for you, right? Stuff like that only makes sense in their particular cultural setting. You know what I mean? Like it only makes sense in that type of particular cultural setting. You know what I mean? But yeah, on any regard, let me see here for a second. All right. All right, how's the camera view right now? All right, how's the camera view right now? Okay, all right, the camera view's good. Okay, so he says in the UK, they like the Fury family and what they stand for, gypsy culture. I can't stand them, and in the UK, they love them so much. How do you know everything about boxing, the UFC? Thank you. You're welcome. You know what it is, man? It's just a matter of enthusiasm. I think that's the only way that I really, know about a lot of these particular subjects that we talk about here. I think that's just what it really comes down to. It just comes down to, okay, so the camera's on point. You're good. Okay. So Syke says, I think Ulberg will win. Okay. Let me know what method you think Ulberg will win. I actually agree with you. Look, the thing is, I think everybody is sort of giving Yuri way too much credit for this one, right? I think the reason why they're giving him, all the credit in the world is because let's be honest about this, right? Yuri is a fan favorite. Ulberg said it best when, he was getting booed, out, by the crowd. In the press conference, right? They said something to the effect of, yeah, I know that he's a fan favorite. Obviously, this is going to be, a natural thing for everybody to go and cheer for him. I don't have anything, against it, but, when you really break it down, the fact, aside from the fact that, oh, he's a fan favorite or this, that, and the other, the reality is this, right? The reality is that Carlos Ulberg is a far more efficient striker, a far more superior striker, and not only that, a far better striker, a striker that doesn't miss. And what I mean by miss, I mean that he's very consistent in the way that he, sort of picks his shots, very much. in tune with uh his game plan, right? Whereas with Yuri, he doesn't really have a game plan per se. You know what I mean? He doesn't have a game plan. And again, all these weird training methods that he did, right? He was training with putting, I don't know, like a nose plug, right, where he was preventing himself from breathing. So Abdul Rahim says Usyk schooled him twice. Fury has retired 6 times and contradicts himself. John Fury is a nutcase. Okay, so Usyk schooled him twice. Okay, no shame in that. Everybody gets schooled by Usyk at some point, right? Fury has retired 6 times and contradicts himself. John Fury is a nutcase. Yeah, I see what you're saying, right? You're basically just saying that their whole entire family are, a group of fringe, lunatic fools. So yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, man. Wow, man. Yeah. Yeah, the algorithm is not, really helping much on this one. Abdul Rahim says Tommy Fury knows his limited fight. His limited fight, social media and influencer clowns. Tommy Fury knows he. Okay, so what you're saying is you know that Tommy Fury knows he's limited. So I'm sorry, just trying to understand your English grammar here. Okay, he's limited. Fights social media influencers and clowns. Okay, so you're saying that yes, that's really what it is. So this is the thing with Tommy Fury, right? And I think this is something that I'm sure a lot of people are going to be very irritated by Tommy Fury. Tommy Fury tries to come across as this, well, I'm a serious boxer, I'm a real boxer. I'm not anything like Jake Paul. But in reality, after he fought and beat Jake Paul, right, it was Jake Paul that actually went and pursued real boxing competition, even if they were easier than Tommy Fury. And what I mean by that is going through the traditional route. You remember those fights that Jake Paul had with a bunch of no names down in Puerto Rico? Some of those guys, one of them, I believe, was a former Golden Gloves champion in New York, right? So nothing to be messed with or nothing to sort of, scoff at in terms of uh, the background of these fighters that Jake Paul had won. But either way, he went through the traditional boxing route of trying to fight people in the name of trying to build a rank of some sort, right? Or some sort of standings with the WBC or the IBF or this and that. Whereas with Tommy, what he did after his win against Jake Paul and after they parted ways after doing business together, he decided to take the social media route, right? I.e., these fights that he's had in the Misfits boxing with KSI, right? He took that route, and then he decided to go and take now the Eddie Hall route, right? So, very contradictory to, let's say what Jake Paul, had done in his career, but interesting nonetheless. Very interesting nonetheless. So, let me see here. So, okay, so that's what we'll add in the title right there. Sometimes adding something to the title sort of helps the algorithm right there. So, okay, we'll add boxing into the hashtag as well. Boxing. All right, there we go. All right. So yeah, very interesting and different, type of background that they decided to sort of embark on after, they had met with each other. But, that's the name of the game. That's the way that it goes, folks. That's the way that it goes. Yeah. But on any regard, okay, so what else? All right, Chris Padilla obviously coming off of those wins that I had just mentioned right now, right? Yeah, didn't yeah, he hasn't lost since Bellator. Okay. Wait, was it Bellator that he lost? No, 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 that was something else. Okay. All right. As well, what about Markel Maderos? Let's see where Markel Maderos has been in his career so far. So Markel Maderos, he's a 11-1 right now. Currently 11-1, only one loss. Okay, so he's a bit of on a winning streak as well. Last loss he had was against a man named Santiago Guzman when he was 2-0, right? Who is this Santiago Guzman? Okay, so he's a Scorpion King, 7-4. Okay, fighting out of Texas. Huh, all right. War Training Center out of Texas. Okay. Major promotion that he's fought for was Fury FC. Okay. So that's who he lost to. But other than that, yeah. So he's been on a long, winning streak, over this time. Hmm. Yeah, that's a tough one, man. Obviously the more unknown guys in this fight card. Yeah, I may have to go with Markel Maderos on this one, right? Seems like he's got a better record, but shoot, man, you never want to judge a book by its cover on that note. All right, we'll get to the main card right now. Okay, or the prelims. Okay, we'll get to the prelims and then the main card, and and then preview everything in between. Obviously, we're gonna preview all the fights here, right? Because I mean, you look, these are extremely, extremely exciting fights. Every single one of these fights are just absolutely exciting, right? Like you are stoked for every single one of these fights. Every single one of these fights is a banger. So this is the reason why I literally had to do multiple preview shows for this fight. I did a preview show for this fight a couple of days ago. Now I'm doing it um, hours before this thing starts. So let me see here. Oh wow. Okay, the UFC is actually featuring Josh Hockett here, man. All his highlights over here. That's very interesting. Yeah, dude, the UFC has mentioned, at least in their offices behind closed doors, that they have been looking for American stars, right? That has been their whole main entire prerogative this whole entire time. They are looking for American stars. That is what they are looking for. Um, and Josh Hockett, I think, could be the guy that could fulfill that. I think he could fulfill that role, but we shall see, man. We shall see how this goes, man. All right, don't worry. We're gonna preview the rest of the cards, just trying to, set up everything here right now. So just getting a little bit of a change of scenery right now. That's why I had to turn the camera off for a second. But yeah, guys, keep the chat going. Ask some questions regarding this fight. Let me know what is your favorite fight of this card. We're going to continue to preview the early prelims next and then the main card as well. So I'm just putting on some of the products that we're tagging right now to this page. So I'm tagging the UFC gloves, right? Because this is what I do. I basically tag all the things that I use here, right? So we're going to add the Oakland A's hat in there as well. Atlanta Braves hat. Um, and then the Sacramento Kings jersey. All right, there we go. Boom. Now we got everything saved up right there. There it is, man. Yeah, the thing with the algorithm sometimes, right? Like if you come on at the wrong time, sometimes the algorithm doesn't really hit for your side, on certain particular times. So I don't know, but I wanted to just jump in here and really do this one, and I'm glad I did, even though, right now I don't think I'm getting the algorithmic results that I'm looking for in this one. It just seems to not really be pushing my page out there right now. But if you guys can help me out, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, let's get this thing cracking. And yeah, man, let's move this up a little bit. Let's move the needle up on this one a little bit so we can get some visibility on this. Oh, and by the way, at midnight, I have a video that I am releasing, right, on a premiere, right? It is about Jon Jones's road rage. You guys are going to enjoy, you're gonna enjoy that live stream, right? Or I'm sorry, it's not a live stream, sorry, it's a video premiere. You guys are gonna enjoy that, right? It's Jon Jones's Road Rage, Internet Fake Outrage, White Knight Simps, right? That is the title right there. That right there is an inflammatory title, and I haven't dropped the video in 2 months. Now, obviously, I've been doing live streams. I've sort of just been using live streams as a way to, just push my content out there. So yes, I will be premiering a video tonight, and hopefully, I premiere more videos like this as time goes on, of course, so yeah, man, be sure to help out and subscribe to that one. And all right, man, let's get to the prelim fights. Okay, let's get to the prelim fights. So let's start from the very top, okay, of the main event prelims, which is Patricio Pitbull versus Aaron Pico. So here's the thing, right? When is the last time you've really seen Patricio Pitbull take a serious loss? By the way, the type of serious loss that Aaron Pico has taken, right? Getting knocked out by guys that he shouldn't be getting knocked out by, but then at the same time, also getting knocked out by guys that he should be getting knocked out by. I mean, yes, if LaRon Murphy is one of the number one, number two guys in the world, you should be able to get knocked out by him and not really feel any shame about it. But you take a look at Patricio Pitbull's losses, right? The last time he got knocked out was back in 2023, and that was against Suzuki. That was at the Super Rising card back in July 2023. That was the last time he got knocked out. Uh, he got beat by Yair Rodriguez in his UFC debut. By the way, that was in UFC Miami of last year. Okay, if you remember. So Dan Ige, he gets a win over Dan Ige, loses to Sergio Pettis prior to that. Uh, by the way, yeah, they should put Sergio Pettis in the UFC at some point. He lost to AJ McKee by technical submission, but then he also comes back and avenges the loss of AJ McKee and gets a decision in April of 2022. So he's a guy that doesn't get really knocked out, and he's been fighting at the highest level, right? He won a belt at Bellator. You can't say that about Aaron Pico. Aaron Pico, so his last fight, he lost to, no shame in that, LaRon Murphy. Obviously, we kind of see where LaRon Murphy is now. Prior to that, he had a win over Henry Corrales, right? That's in the Riyadh PFL card. Last loss that he had was against Jeremy Kennedy. That was back in 2022. Yeah, he lost to Zach Friedman, to a guy that doesn't even have a Wikipedia page, right? Imagine you lost to a guy that doesn't even have a Wikipedia page. Imagine that, right? You lost to a guy that doesn't even have a Wikipedia page. So you can understand why I'm probably feeling more confident for Patricio Pitbull in this one, right? Like he's taken on much tougher competitions, much stiffer competitions, both in the UFC and Bellator combined in comparison to, let's say, Aaron Pico, right? With just the one UFC fight that they both had. And then Dan Ige, that's a pretty good win. I don't know if Aaron Pico could do the same thing against Dan Ige. Yeah, I'm going to go with Patricio Pitbull on that one. Now, here's another 50-50 fight that makes this card exciting, right? Kevin Holland versus Randy Brown. Okay, two tall guys, right? 6 foot. I mean, they're listed as 6'3", 6'2" rather. I believe they're 6'3", but whatever, right? You know, height measurements are subjective these days. But anyways, 33 years old versus 35. Randy Brown, 35. Kevin Holland at 33. The better submission between them, I'd have to say Kevin Holland, right? But who has the better striking? That's a toss-up. Although I will say, you know what? I think it's safe to say that Kevin Holland is a much more well-rounded fighter than Randy Brown. Wouldn't you say? Would you say that? Could you say that he's a much more well-rounded fighter than Randy Brown? I would say so. He has the better striking, the better wrestling, just overall better game plan. Like that's what I feel. I feel like he has a much better game plan than Randy Brown. Yeah, I'm going to go with Kevin Holland by submission on this one. Let me know what you guys think. Let me know what you guys think on the comment section below. If you agree, do you feel the same way? Do you not agree? All right, what else? Gamrot versus Esteban Brekovic. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Gamrot on this one. And then Tatiana Suarez versus Lupe Godinez. I told you guys, Tatiana Suarez is going to swarm all over Lupe Godinez, right? 4-5 record. Take a look at where Godinez has been, because we kind of know where Tatiana Suarez is. Had that one loss, but that was against the champion. So he's got okay. Godinez has a decision win over Andrade. That was back in UFC 319. That was in the Shamaya versus Dricus Duplessis card. Julia Pilarsi has a loss against Mackenzie Dern. Not a bad loss. Has a loss against Verna, who uses a lot of wrestling. So guess what? Tatiana Suarez is going to do in this fight. Use a lot of wrestling. You guessed it right. Yep, she's going to use a lot of wrestling and probably accumulate ground control time. Yeah, I think this is Tatiana Suarez's fight to win. Yeah, man, this is her fight to win, straight up, man. I don't think that there's any bones about it. I don't see this going any different in any kind of way. By the way, listen, hour number 2, we're gonna get to the cameras, by the way. So guys, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I'm gonna get the camera on, popping and ready in just a second, okay? So if you guys can excuse me for just a second as I set this up on the studio, we're gonna get it cracking for the main card right now in hour number 2. So let's see here. Yeah, okay, so Lupe Godinez against Tatiana Suarez. Yeah, I got Tatiana Suarez by decision, Gamrot by decision, and Kevin Holland by decision. Now, and also Patricio Pitbull by decision. I think every single one of these prelim cards, right? The late prelim cards, the ones after the early prelims, yeah, they're all going to be going to a decision, right? I don't see, I except for the Kevin Holland fight, right? I could see Kevin Holland getting a submission in that one. I believe that Randy Brown has a susceptibility to possibly falling into submission and grappling mistakes to which Kevin Holland is going to take advantage in. So, with all these cards that I just mentioned, what do they all have in common? What do they all have in common? What they all have in common is that every single one of these guys are either more well-rounded or has that one trick pony to really catapult them into, let's say, longer ground control time, to which Tatiana Suarez is going to do. Gamrot has faced stiffer competition than Esteban Rifovic right now at his stage of his career. He's more well-rounded. Kevin Holland is more well-rounded, has more tools, not just in the striking, but also in the submission department. Patricio Pitbull, I believe he's much more well-rounded than Aaron Pico. And as a result of that, that fight is going to go to a decision for him, right? So, yeah, all these fights, what they all have in common is basically all of them, all these guys, Tatiana Suarez, Gamrot, Kevin Holland, and Patricio Pitbull, what they all have in common against their opponents is that they are all much more well-rounded than their opponents ever will be. Okay, and I ultimately I think that is what we are going to see is yeah, a much more well-rounded display by all of them. So that is the prelims right now. We're going to get to the main cards in just a second. I'm going to appear right on camera for this one. So if you could just excuse me, hold on just a second. All right. So we're back in the studio right now. We're just going to turn on the lights here, get the lights going, get some good lighting going so that we can get this on and popping once again. Yeah, man. And now we're going to emphasize on the main card, okay? Because we just previewed the prelims and the early prelims. Now we're going to get to the main card. We're going to preview the boxing card as well, right? Because they've got some pretty interesting boxing matchups that we can take a look at as well. So let's see here. All right, there we go. Got the light on. Perfect. Perfect lighting. Perfect lighting. Here we go. All right. Okay, so main card. Now we're ready for the main card. All right, let's do this. Let's label this right now. 1 hour and 5 minutes into the live stream, we're going to preview the main card. All right, so here we go, guys. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and here we go. All right, guys. So For those of you that have been following for about, a good hour right now, we were previewing the prelims for UFC 327. Now we're going to preview not only the main card for UFC 327, but also the other major fight that is going on, which is Fury versus Makhmudov. We're going to take a look at the full card uh, preview for that one, maybe a little bit of some predictions as well. But first, let's get to the main card with UFC 327. Okay. So the main card starts off with Cub Swanson versus Nate Landwehr. Now, for those of you that have asked how this fight is going to go, we talked about this previously earlier in the live stream when we were previewing the whole entire fight. So, Cub Swanson and Nate Landwehr. Believe it or not, I think Cub Swanson is a much more well-rounded fighter than Nate Landwehr. I think he comes from a generation of guys that emphasize well-rounded skills, whereas let's say the generation after him, right? The guys that came after him, I'm talking about the era of Islam Makhachev, the era of Ilia Topuria. Those guys are a lot more well-rounded, but the guys before Islam Makhachev and Ilia Topuria, it was Khabib, it was Israel Adesanya, it was Conor McGregor, guys that were basically, for lack of a better term, I guess you could say one-trick ponies, right? So these one-trick ponies and what have you, or whatever, right? Obviously, they were replaced by people like Islam, people like Ilia Topuria. Well, what about the people before that? Khabib, Conor McGregor, and Israel Adesanya. Who was before them? Well, that was the generation of Cub Swanson, right? The generation of George St. Pierre, the generation of Jon Jones. By the way, all were former teammates at one point of George St. Pierre. So this is the type of mixed martial arts that they emphasize. They emphasize the type of mixed martial arts that emphasizes well-rounded skills, right? Not necessarily an expert in one particular compository martial arts, but a jack of all trades. So I believe that Cub Swanson can strike. I believe that he can wrestle. I believe that he is a legitimate Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. Nate Landwehr, he's not as well-rounded as Cub Swanson. And I would like to think like most guys that are in their last fight, they're not going to do very well in their last fight, right? This is how just it goes in the game, right? You go in the game to be exploited all the way until your last fight. But I believe this is just the perfect matchup for Cub Swanson to get out of here with a victory. I really think that he's going to win with a unanimous decision victory, and that is how he's going to ride off into the sunset on this one. So I'm going with Cub Swanson. Dominic Reyes and Johnny Walker. I'm going with Johnny Walker. I'm sorry, I'm going with Dominic Reyes, man. And I probably changed my mind a few times about different fights over the week. I'm not changing my mind for Dominic Reyes, even though this fight is 50-50 in the eyes of many people, and rightfully so. I can see and understand how this fight could be 50-50 for those people. What I will say is that this is a fight that is not going to be 50-50. There's nothing 50-50 about this fight at all. Okay? Because Johnny Walker makes a lot of mistakes. Johnny Walker opens himself up to vulnerabilities. I think those same type of vulnerabilities that he opens himself up to, I think is enough for Dominic Reyes to show his prowess, show his skills. I think that's what's going to happen here. I think he's going to show enough skills to lay out Johnny Walker. I don't think he'll knock him out. I don't think he could knock out Johnny Walker. That is, of course, if Johnny Walker ends up making a mistake. If he ends up making a mistake, I think it's I think that's where the opportunity ends up making a mistake. I think that's where the opportunity of the knockout is going to come by. Right? He makes that mistake. He he's got a great chance of winning. But even if he doesn't make a mistake, this is why I'm very confident in Dominic Reyes, right? Even if Dominic Reyes doesn't make a mistake, I'm sorry, even if Johnny Walker doesn't make a mistake, Dominic Reyes won't make any mistakes in terms of the method and the game planning that he's going to go in, which is what? Pop shots at him from a distance, from further range, and continue fighting from that distance and range, and eventually pick apart Dominic Reyes picking apart Johnny Walker. So yeah, that's my official prediction for that one. I really don't think Johnny Walker has anything to offer against him. I really don't. But let me know what you guys think on the comment section below. What do you guys think? Do you think that he has a chance to beat Dominic Reyes? Because I don't. I don't like his chances. So, okay, we're almost heading into, the last 3 fights now, right? How about Curtis Blades versus Josh Hockett? I'm going back and forth with this one, right? There's some fights here where I've changed my picks, and then there's some that I won't change my picks. For example, I'm not going to change my picks with Dominic Reyes and Johnny Walker. I told you guys why. With Curtis Blades and Josh Hockett, I may change my pick just a little bit. Look, this guy was a former San Francisco 49ers. Okay, this is something to be respected. I know that a lot of boxing and MMA guys, pure boxing and MMA guys, they hate it when an athlete from another sport comes into MMA, right? Josh Hockett is an example of that, among other reasons why they would hate on Josh Hockett to begin with, right? The whole different reasons why they would hate on Josh Hockett. But the other reason is because he really comes from a professional athletic background. A professional athletic background is where Josh Hockett came from. Before all of these WWE antics, before all of this Chael Sonnen inspired rants that he goes through, before all of this slash Henry Cejudo slash Conor McGregor slash whoever he can come up with to bite off from in this little promotional value package that he sort of puts together. Man, the man is a legitimate athlete. And I think a lot of people are going to be rubbed the wrong way of that. I don't think that they're going to give the proper respect that they should towards Josh Hockett, because it's really easy for a boxing guy and an MMA guy to just scoff at the end. Oh, you're an athlete. You think you can come in here? Yeah, bro. A lot of these MMA guys really have this attitude towards athletes that come into the sport as sort of like this gatekeeping type of thing. But there's some reality to those insecurities. You know that in the back of your mind, if this guy who comes from a real athletic background, a real sporting background, let's say they pick up on jiu-jitsu, let's say they pick up on some striking, you understand and realize that these people can be very dangerous for you, especially when they have a certain level of athletic ability and physical prowess that could be used against you. That is who Josh Hockett is in the first place, right? He is an athlete going into MMA, and quite honestly, he's also a great wrestler. Curtis Blades may have some problems in his hands. I really mean that. I really mean that. He might have some serious problems in his hands, but you never know. You never know. That's why I'm going back and forth with this fight between Josh Hockett and Curtis Blades. I really don't know who's going to win this one. Because at first, in the first glance, I said, Curtis Blades is going to win this. He's got the wrestling, he's got the size, he's had better opponents over the years. But that's not reality, is it? Reality is that you're fighting a guy who has experience playing with the 49ers. Put that in perspective. He has experience playing with the 49ers. And he can also wrestle. And he's got knockout power. So I think we are overlooking all of these things about Josh Hockett going into it with Curtis Blades. But again, like I said, I go back and forth with this one, but but you know what, man? I may have to change my pick and go with Josh Hockett on this one. I'm going with Josh Hockett. Josh Hockett by I'm going to go by decision. I think Josh Hockett wins this one by decision. Let me know what you guys think on the comment section below. Do you think Josh Hockett wins this at all? Because I do. I think that he wins it in two ways that I think that he wins it. I don't think there's going to be a submission, but I also think that if there's a knockout that's going to happen, it's going to come from Josh. And between Curtis Blades and Josh Hockett, they both have the susceptibility and the capabilities of keeping ground control time for a very long time. Okay? So it all depends on who is the first guy to take the first guy down and the first guy to implement his game plan in terms of wrestling. Who gets to dominate in the wrestling exchanges early on? Who gets to have that opportunity? Who gets to have that chance? I'm going to say that it's Curtis Blades at first, right? At first. What do I mean by that? You guys ever remember seeing the Cain Velasquez and the Brock Lesnar fight? Do you remember how it went? Well, obviously, you have Cain Velasquez, who's a smaller heavyweight. Josh Hockett is also a small heavyweight. Brock Lesnar was a very big heavyweight. Curtis Blades is a very big heavyweight. But just like what Curtis Blades is going to be able to do in this fight, he will take Josh Hockett down. But I also see Josh Hockett getting on a butterfly guard, getting Curtis Blades off of him, and punching his head off after getting up from those grappling exchanges, to which Curtis Blades will have an opportunity of dominating over Josh Hockett for, let's say, a certain amount of time. A very limited amount of time, by the way. Because if you remember, that is exactly what Brock Lesnar did. That is exactly what Brock Lesnar did to Cain Velasquez. That is exactly what he did. Brock Lesnar took him down some more, only for him to get right back up and punch his head in. Proving that not only, well, you know what, I think Brock Lesnar showed that he was the better wrestler, but he didn't show that he was a better fighter. So this is the same thing that I'm sort of noticing with the Josh Hockett and the Curtis Blades fight. I think that there's a point where Curtis Blades can show that he's the better wrestler, but overall, I honestly believe that Josh Hockett could prove that he is not only the more well-rounded athlete, but maybe even the more well-rounded fighter. And from what I'm seeing with some visions in my head that's going through right now, right? I could see Curtis Blades maintaining a certain minutes of dominance, but not enough to maintain all the way to the end, right? Like, Josh, I think, could punch better than Curtis Blades. I think he could kick better than Curtis Blades. I think he could do a whole lot more athletic things better than Curtis Blades. But I think Curtis Blades has enough wrestling to make it really troublesome for him. So, my final decision on this one, my final pick, my last minute pick on this one, I'm going to go with Josh Hockett by decision. And Josh Hockett, please don't make me regret this, man. Because everybody they're either waiting for Josh Hockett to fail, or they're either waiting for them to say, well, I told you so. But ultimately, even if you feel some sort of positive affinity towards Josh Hockett, you're waiting for him to fail. This is just what it is. This is just how human nature is. You see, a lot of people out there, they don't like when a man speaks with a certain level of confidence. Don't get me wrong. I understand there is a certain level of arrogance that you could display, a certain level of boastfulness, and a certain level of evil that comes with that, especially from how we understand it as Muslims. So, yes, there is a certain level of cockiness that you can display that can be too much, that can be too cringy, that can be insufferable for people to be around. But I also believe that whenever you speak confidently about yourself, whenever you speak good about yourself, whenever you speak good about the confidence that you have of your future plans and how you're going to execute it, it can absolutely come across as rather arrogant. And so it takes a special kind of person to say, you know what? I'm not going to fall for this. I'm not going to fall for the trick of people making me feel a certain way, making me feel like I should dim my light to make you feel better, right? Because look, man, let's just be really honest about this. A lot of you don't want Josh Hockett to win. Now, me, I don't care either way. The pick that I gave to you guys right now, that was absolutely genuine. And maybe a part of it too, keep in mind, is also because of the fact that here's this guy who is swaying me into potentially uh making me believe that he is the more formidable fighter in this fight just because of the fact that he has the gift of the gab to convince us that he will win, right? Maybe that's what's going on. But I can tell you that I'm very neutral at this. It's a very genuine pick. And there's a reason why I'm picking him, but it has nothing to do with his confidence or his promotional value. It has everything to do with the objective take that he is a well-rounded athlete who is potentially developing himself into becoming a well-rounded fighter. An athletic background that is very hard to come by, right? An NFL background that it's very hard to come by in the UFC. Now, look, not every NFL guy did great. Not every NFL guy went on to become champions, right? Ask Matt Mitrione how that went. Ask how Brendan Schaub how that went. All these guys were all former were all former NFL players at one point in their careers, but they never became champion. Now, why is that? Because there's just a different dynamic and a different set of cojones that you need in fighting that you just can't develop in other sports. But at the same time, I think people want to see Josh Hockett fail, man. They want to see Josh Hockett fail. I'm going to tell you why. Okay. I think we can delve into a little bit of some psychology in this one, right? Why I truly believe a lot of you want Josh Hockett to win. And keep in mind, I understand the religious value of being humble. I understand there is a religious teaching behind that, especially in Islam as well. But whenever somebody exuberates a certain level of confidence, the majority of people hate it. Sometimes they love to hate it. Sometimes they love to hate watch it. Sometimes they genuinely love that person because of the confidence that they have. Sometimes they love that person because they have the confidence that they will never have in terms of, just putting yourselves out there. But ultimately, you see a guy like Josh Hockett and you say to yourself, this guy irks my reality. He offends my sensibility because he steps out of those social norms that I was taught as a kid. What were you taught as a kid when you were in school? In school, you were taught to keep your mouth shut, not be the class clown. And if you were a class clown, guess what would happen to you? You would be made an example out of. They would either send you to detention, they would either excommunicate you from the class, sometimes they would make you sit in the corner. All of these different types of punishments, right? To try and line you in order. Bullying. There's this whole entire anti-bullying campaign going on, right? And I completely understand and can empathize with that. Obviously, the other side of that too is not looking into the bully's life, right? Not knowing if that person has had any type of underlying issues they had going on in their homes, uh, for them to go out and just take it out and bully other kids that are weaker than them. There's some underlying issues in that. However, bullying is also said to have been a method of keeping everybody in line and order. You heard this from the manosphere guys like Andrew Tate. That's what they say bullying does. It keeps everybody in this social norm order of some sort, right? Well, there you go. That's exactly why a lot of you are offended by the sensibilities of Josh Hockett, because he reminds you of something that you are not. Okay, well, what are you not? Well, for one, you're not a schizophrenic maniac. Okay, because if Josh Hockett was really who he says that he is, and he really is this guy while doing all of these things, well, then you better believe that this guy is clinically insane, a schizophrenic at best. Okay, so if he's a schizophrenic, do you really want to be that? Or do you understand that he is just playing a character here? Let me know in the comment section below. Let me check something first, real quick. Going on in their homes, for them to go out and just take it out and bully other kids that are weaker than them. There's some underlying issues in that. However, bullying is also said to have been a method of keeping everybody in line and order. You heard this from the manosphere guys like Andrew Tate. That's what they say bullying does. It keeps everybody in this social norm order of some sort, right? Well, there you go. That's exactly why a lot of you are offended by the sensibilities of Josh Hockett, because he reminds you of something that you are not. Okay, so yeah, he reminds you of something that you're not. But you know what you're also not? You're also not a confident person. Putting it all on the line, letting people know, hey, I'm here, I'm going to dominate. And yeah, bro, people hate that, man. People hate that. So I'm going with Josh Hockett on this one. And then we're going to get to the co-main event and main event feature in just a second. But in the meantime and in between time, I'm going to show you something here real quick. So why the truth behind hatred of confidence? Here we go.
come to the conclusion that a lot of us react this way towards confident people, towards self love, because we lack in ourselves. You see, oftentimes when you react advertly to situation, things confident. I have come to the conclusion that a lot of us react this way towards confident people, towards self love, because we lack in ourselves. You see, oftentimes when you react advertly to a situation or circumstance, it could be a sort of deep down resentment. And this resentment comes from the fact that we don't love ourselves like this. We're the hypercritical person. We're the person always talking down to ourselves. So when we see a man like Kanye West or other successful people who are proud of who they are and walk around with a level of confidence that we could only dream of, guess what? You don't say, hey, that guy, I love his confidence. I love the swag he has. No, they're going to be like, this guy's a talking. Someone should show him that he ain't. I have come to the conclusion that a lot of us
You see what I'm
react
talking about?
towards confidence.
So obviously, what is this guy's name? His name is Sweat Society HC. So he obviously made this video in context to Kanye West and the confidence that he exuberates and why people hate it. Well, I saw this and I thought this applies to Josh Hockett right now. This is how many people are looking at Josh Hockett right now. Okay, this is how they view him. Yo, look at this cocky, arrogant bastard. F him. Who does he think he is? How dare him? How dare he? How dare he? That's how a lot of you guys see this.
Things confident people never do. One, they never over explain themselves. Over explaining screams insecurity. Confident people let their actions speak. Give your answer, then stop talking. If someone asks why, keep it short and neutral. Example, someone says, why can't you come? You reply, I've got plans, and leave it at that. Remember, confidence is in the pause, not the paragraph. Two, they never beg for attention. Confidence doesn't chase, it attracts. If someone isn't giving you energy back, pull yours away. Example, you send one text. If there's no reply, you don't double text. Remember, attention is given, not taken. Three, they never gossip. Talking behind someone's back makes you look small. Confident people keep their focus forward. Change the topic or simply say, I'm not getting into that. Example, friend says, did you hear about? You smile and reply, nah, I'm more interested in what you're working on. Remember, your words should build, not rot. Four, they never try to please everyone. Pleasing everyone means you stand for nothing. Decide your values and stick to them, even if someone doesn't like it. Example, declining a party invite because you need rest, even if people call you boring. Remember, you're not for everyone, and that's your power. Five, they never overshare. Mystery is magnetic. Confidence leaves people curious. They're enough to connect, but not enough to be predictable. Example, when someone asks, what's new? You smile and say, plenty. You'll see. Remember, confidence lives in what you hold back. Six, they never compare themselves to others. Comparing drains energy and steals joy. Confident people focus on their own lane. Measure yourself against your past self, not someone else's highlight reel. Example, instead of thinking, they're ahead of me, think, I'm further than I was last year. Remember, the only competition is the person in the mirror. Things confident people never do. One, they.
All right. So yeah.
Sometimes people don't like you because of how you carry yourself. Let me explain. If you carry yourself with too much respect or confidence, you are going to come across people that do not like that. And more specifically, they don't like that from you. Because if they think lowly of you, but you think highly of yourself, that's going to rub them the wrong way. How dare you think of yourself as a somebody when you should think of yourself Nobody. And it doesn't matter how polite you are or how kind you are to other people, they are always going to dislike you because of that. But here's the thing, you are the most important person in your life. You may not be a celebrity or a billionaire, but you are somebody to yourself. So, regardless of what other people think of you, carry yourself with dignity, respect, and confidence. Sometimes people don't like you because of how you carry yourself. Let me explain. If you carry yourself with too much,
So I'm basically playing clips that tells you why confident people are being hated on. And this kind of relates to Josh Hockett.
another really interesting thing about narcissists is that they hate people who are intelligent and confident. You are like kryptonite to them. The reason why they hate people who are intelligent and confident is because these people see through their crap and they're least likely to feed their ego. When a narcissist is in a friend group with somebody who is intelligent and who is also confident, the narcissist is so threatened by that person's presence. So the person who is intelligent or confident is automatically turned into their manipulative ways. If they are within the same group, the narcissist is going to try to spread lies and rumors so that everyone can cut that person off because they want to maintain that dominance as the one, the apex. If that confident person says something that is actually quite harmless, they will retell that story in such a harmful, malicious way just to desperately taint your image. And again, they like to be around people who have low self esteem and a lot of times low IQ, people who don't ask any questions. And it would be much easier for them to be able to corner you out of the group so you don't take the shine from them. Another really interesting thing, stand out, bro. You stand out, you command attention, you command presence. And dudes who hate and dudes that will be jealous of you, they're hating on you. They're jealous of you because you amplify the things that they want but can't get, don't have, don't have the courage to get, don't have the work ethic, the drive, the ambition to put in the work to become the best version of themselves, like how you've been able to and how you continue to. They're jealous because you are a representation of what they could have in some way, shape, or form, but don't. And instead of facing themselves in the mirror and realizing that you have nothing to do with the negative feelings and the hate and jealousy and the insecurities, the negative and scarcity mindset that they have, you have nothing to do with that. Stand out, bro. You stand out. You command attention. You command presence. And dudes who hate and I think when we walk into a room, a lot of times they want us to be humble. Everybody wants us to be humble. Like we can't be this kind of flashy, kind of flamboyant, kind of confident. Like you say, it can come off a lot of times as arrogant, whatever you want to say about it. But I don't think we're looked at a good light when we come off as that kind of person. I don't care what position it is. You know what I'm saying? I think it makes people uncomfortable. I think when we walk into a room, a lot of times they want us. You know how to spot somebody who's truly confident. They're the one who gets uncomfortable when you call them talented. We all know that person who lights up when you tell them you're a natural genius. That's not what I'm talking about here. I discovered this in Mindset by Charles Dweck, where he found that praising kids for just being smart actually made them perform worse on tests. When you tell someone they're talented, you're basically putting them in a cage. If your reputation depends on being naturally gifted, every challenge thus becomes a little bit more of a threat. Dweck's research shows that 40% of kids praised for their intelligence actually lie about their test scores afterward to protect their image. It's exactly like wearing a fake Rolex. You look impressive until someone asks you to go swimming. Am I right? The trick isn't about building them up with compliments. It's about celebrating their efforts.
Dang. Okay, that part right there is deep. Now we're delving into a whole different range of confidence and the meaning of confidence now as we explore
What's the
this.
last compliment you gave somebody? And was it about their talent or their work? Share in the comments.
So, why do people hate you because you're a confident person? You know how someone is the most confident person in the room, or they're just a confident person walking down the street, in the classroom, whatever the situation, and they're walking with their head held up high. You know, they may not look like the most attractive person. They may not be the smartest person. So you're looking at them like, why are you so confident? What do you have to be confident about? Like, I'm better than you. And so you have people that'll do that, and um, really, that's an insecurity in them. That's an insecurity in them because if they are so smart and look so good, then why aren't they so confident? And they could be very beautiful, they could be a genius, but they have that insecurity where they don't feel like. So why do people hate you because you're a confident person?
Put someone in the wrong career, it's soul sucking, energy draining. You put them in the right career. 6 habits of highly confident people. Number 1, they admit they don't know. People who lack confidence act like they have all the answers.
Yeah, I like that one. That's very true.
But truly confident people say things like, I don't know, I'll have to look into that. They don't fake expertise to protect their ego because their ego isn't fragile. They'd rather stay grounded than pretend. Number 2, they measure success by effort, not just results. Confident people care about outcomes, but they don't only measure themselves by wins. They track how focused they were, how persistent they stayed when things got really hard. That's what builds real confidence because if you only feel good when you win, you'll collapse the moment things go wrong. Number 3, they lean into discomfort. Confidence doesn't mean you're calm all the time. It means you're willing to feel anxiety, boredom, dread, sadness, and still do the right thing anyway. They know that avoiding discomfort also means avoiding growth. So they stop running from hard feelings and just let them be there. Number 4, they ask for feedback. Most people avoid feedback because it threatens their sense of self worth. But confident people invite it, not to chase compliments, but to get better. They treat feedback like data, not a personal attack. That's how they keep growing while everyone else stays stuck. Number 5, they accept uncertainty. Confident people don't try to convince themselves that nothing bad will happen. Instead, they say, I hope it goes well, but I don't know. They let that uncertainty sit without trying to solve it. This is a form of uncertainty exposure. It trains their brain to stop overanalyzing because they're no longer demanding total certainty before taking action. Number 6, they stop obsessing over themselves. They're not always wondering, what do people think of me? Instead, they're asking, how can I be useful? Confidence expands your focus outward. It quiets the noise of insecurity and unlocks creativity, purpose, and connection. 6 habits of highly confident people. Number 1, they admit they don't know. People who lack
People really do be mad that you're confident. Like insecure people will get so threatened and so mad by somebody that's just confident, just in their very essence. No, it doesn't make a person cocky or arrogant or conceited. It makes them confident. We could be confident in ourselves without somebody trying to tell us to pipe down. Like, why would you tell somebody that's confident to pipe down? Like, let them be in their essence because that's what they're giving themselves, their authenticity to the world. Like when we see Beyonce, is anybody gonna try to tell her to pipe down? No. They gonna want her to Beyonce because that's what we love to see, right? Anybody that's trying to tell her to pipe down is a hater. Because Beyonce is a performer. Like you wouldn't tell Michael Jackson, don't do all of that Michael Jackson stuff with the leg or the move.
Which again, this relates back to Josh Hockett. Everything that I'm saying right now, or everything that I'm showing you, is relating to everything dealing with Josh Hockett and why people can't stand of how confident he is with this shtick that he's trying to pull with the world. So I want you to think about Josh Hockett as I'm playing these videos and how people in the UFC, his peers, are reacting to him.
Walking in, no, you would tell him, yes, Michael, be Michael Jackson. Yes. Like be your true authentic self. Don't let no insecure person try to tell you to pipe down. It's like, baby, why don't you just pipe up a little bit? Pipe up. People, a lot of men, I'm not saying all of them, a lot of men that I come across. So the 6 symptoms of low self-esteem are number 1, imposter syndrome. Number 2, people pleasing. Number 3, procrastination or perfectionism. Number 4, comparing yourself to others. Number 5, avoiding social interaction. And number 6, hypersensitivity. So the 6 symptoms of low self-esteem. I just got an urgent email that needs a detailed response. Some people don't like you because you love yourself. Some people don't like you because you're confident. Some people don't like you because you're funny. Some people hate on you because you're pretty. Some people don't like you because you are doing what they wish they had the balls to be doing. Okay. A lot of the hatred and negativity that you receive in this life.
Yes, Abdul Rahim says, I was listening to you in the break room. People want to control you, don't want your opinion, and be a yes man. Yes, yep. You're probably working at this time right now, right? So what time is it in the UK right now? Abdul Rahim, it is UK time. It is 7:30 in the morning. Okay. So yeah, you're bright up and early right now at 7:30 in the morning. Okay. So back to this video right here.
Is from people who are either envious of you or are just miserable all around in life. So anybody that they see who is doing better than they are, they don't like you automatically. And that's the only reason why. And a lot of people, it's a subconscious thing. A lot of people don't even realize that they're being hated. A lot of people wake up and they go out and hate on everybody, and then they say, well, I'm just saying how it is. Some people don't like you because you love yourself.
So they don't like confident Negroes. No. Okay? They don't like Gordy. They don't like these Jack Johnson to them.
But again, the system is to break you.
Butt breaking, baby. Yeah, it's part of the game.
But they can't. You won't be able to do it to a kid that you're sitting across from that's probably worth more money than you.
Yeah. And his pops is not having it.
Exactly.
But you gonna try though.
You gonna try.
You gonna try though.
He may not be that. He don't have to play for all of them. But when you're over, you look back and go through the draft 3 or 4 years later, and if this kid is an all pro, you're gonna get fired.
Yeah, like the whole Giants front office should be fired.
But they're not, because it's a
concept. So they don't like. You touch your girl? You have to first understand the very basic principle of human psychology. Everybody has an ego, and everybody you meet is insecure. They have insecurities, okay? But your boss, the person above you, has even more insecurities and a larger ego than other people, and you don't think so. You're probably aware that they have an ego, but you don't think they have insecurities because they're the boss, But actually, they're always worried about whether people like them, whether people respect them, whether people think they're doing a good job or not. They're riddled with doubts, and they're constantly looking out for people to see their body language, etc. Does that guy really respect me? Does he have an attitude, etc.? You don't think that. You think, if I just try hard to please the boss, it will work out wonderfully. But he might be doing something else. He might be stirring up their insecurities. So you have to always be aware in life of people's insecurities. You have to first understand a very basic principle of human psychology. Everybody has an ego, and everybody you meet is insecure. They have insecurities, okay? But your boss, the person above you, has even more insecurities and a large. So the reason that confident people get hated on so much is pretty obvious. The people who are not confident, the people who are insecure, the people who don't want to see other people win because it makes them feel bad, those are the people that hate on confident people. Every time somebody confident comes out and says something confident, like, for example, if I were to say, I'm going to be a platinum artist, which I know I'm going to be, anybody who would hate on that is just mad because they're not going to be a platinum artist and they want to be, and they wish they could do what I'm trying to do, but they can't do it. A success-minded person, a successful person who's confident and happy with their life and knows that they're going to achieve would look at me and go, heck yeah, I'm going to support that person because I know they're doing something great that I want to do. So the reason that confident. Hey man, say man, you deserve to be confident. You deserve people not to like you because you walk in rooms and your overachiever skill, I'm lit, I'm wrong. You ain't got to do no speaking. Your presence speaks for you. You just been through so much. You deserve to pop your shit, man. You know what I'm saying? They just said this and that about shit. You done been through fire. You deserve to be covered in. And don't ever let nobody shun you because you think highly of yourself. Keep being you.
I'm one of the most handsome men in the world. I'm an intellectual genius. I'm a beast. I'm an animal. I'm capable of anything. Now, that was a test. Although a lot of it's true, that was a test. You see, if I would have said, I'm depressed, I'm sad, I'm scared of the world, I'm worried, I'm anxious, people would have felt better. People feel better when you say you ain't nothing, you're shit. It makes them feel better. The minute you hype yourself up, the minute you want to build yourself up for.
Yo, that's deep right there, what he just said right there, right? He said, you know what? I was just doing that as a test, right? I wanted to see how people were going to react. Obviously, if I was going to say that I'm depressed or this, that, or the other, people feel better about themselves, right? It's almost like people love to hear other people's misery rather than hearing anything good that they have going on. Try this on for size, right? Look for a very skeptical minded person in your life, right? Tell them that, all right, hey, I had this job interview. And okay, let's say if you really did have a job interview, pretend that you didn't get the job interview. Or I'm sorry, pretend that you didn't get the job during the job interview. And then if you really got it, see how they react when you tell them or lie to them and say, I didn't get it. Like, oh, so sorry to hear that. And in the back of their mind, they're kind of like, all right, with he says, hey, you guys saw that cop got run over in Riverside? No, is that must be breaking news, Cheeseburger. Shout out to you for that news right there. So is that what's going on right now? Let me see here. Cop run over Riverside. Now this is Riverside, California, obviously, right? So let's see what you're talking about here. Man who killed deputy serving and notice was on. Detective dies. Okay. Is this 2 days ago?
Live now from Fox, I'm your host, Mike Page.
Let me see here.
With some breaking news out of Southern California. Let's go right to it. This is the aftermath of a police case.
Is this what you're talking about right here? Let me know, Cheeseburger, if this is what you're talking about right here. And then I'm going to get back to what I was talking about with the confidence thing of how people hate on confidence people in regards to obviously Josh Hockett.
We're taking a live look here.
So Cheeseburger, please confirm with me if this is the news that you are talking about. If not, then we got ourselves a standoff news right here. So
standoff right now that is going on, but we want to go out to the coverage of Fox 11 Los Angeles. They're rewinding the tapes. They had Skybox up showing just how this crash happened. Let's show it to you right now. Fox 11 right now.
Grappler was used. So there it is. It looks like that may have been either Riverside County or CHP.
Okay, so you said I saw something where a cop was killed serving a house warrant. Okay, this could be it. Let's see.
I'm working to get information on that. And the grappler. Let's see it connect. Okay, it's on this one that is actually hooks the vehicle. And it's sort of a pit maneuver, if you will. And bottom line is it.
Oh man, yeah, serious property damage right there.
Lost control, and you saw that it ended up on the other side of the road. So it is perhaps it's a sedan. It looks like a Cadillac. It is a Cadillac, I'm being told, white Cadillac, tinted, very tinted windows. The grappler is employed, and boom, loses control into the concrete barrier on the other side. Would not be surprised, obviously, if the pursuit suspect is injured in all of this. But meanwhile, because the suspect has not come out of that vehicle, and it could be because he or she is injured, we have the authorities out there with their guns drawn and the SWAT vehicle as well. Do we know, and yes, it is a Cadillac CTS, do we know the want in the first place? We're still.
First of all, I feel sorry for whose ever fence that was, but I'm sure the authorities are going to compensate them for that.
Working to figure out what this pursuit suspect was wanted for, but to bring out the armored vehicle, it has to be something very serious. I mean, this suspect would have to be considered very dangerous. So we are working to get some more information as we now have zoomed in
view of this pursuit crash. I mean, that is just a head-on collision against the concrete barrier. The concrete barrier won on that one. So it's hard to see. Usually in these situations like this, we're able to see the airbags that have been deployed, but because of those tinted windows and because that window does remain intact, we can't see anything inside. So authorities out there, it looks like, let's see, I'm looking at my stage manager right now, guns drawn. Still, guns are drawn. It's hard for me to see clearly. But yeah, absolutely. Guns drawn, very serious disposition on behalf of officers out there. And you see the canine as well. So they've got the canine, the armored vehicle, guns drawn. Riverside County Sheriff, I just saw their logo out there as well. So they are the responding force behind this. This is something we will continue to watch. And do we have an exact location just yet? Okay, we're working to get that to you. But again, this is Harupa in Riverside County, as we're working to get a little bit more Belgrave Avenue, I'm being told. If you are watching us from Riverside County, you probably know where that is in Harupa, Belgrave Avenue. I'm looking this up to see if I can get more of a pinpointed location, but nonetheless, still no movement from inside the vehicle. It will be interesting to see if first responders like firefighters, paramedics arrive to help deal with the situation, because again, it would not be at all surprising to learn that the suspect behind the wheel is injured, may not even be conscious at this point. We don't, obviously have.
All right. So, very interesting story we just developed into this right now. We'll be back to this, but okay, back to the topic at hand that we talked about, right? Yeah, people don't like it when you are confident, right? And this kind of goes into Josh Pocket. By the way, in 3 minutes, we're going to go into the preview for the co-main event and the main event for UFC 327. And of course, we're going to continue on all the way to the premiere of my upcoming video with Jon Jones and his road rage incident that happened not too long ago, obviously a couple of days ago. But yeah, that's what we're gonna do here. So, all right, let's get back to these videos about why people hate it when you're a confident person. Let's get into it. He says, I like Rampage Jackson live streaming videos. Yes, yes. Shout out to Rampage Jackson on that one. All right, why confident? Why people hate it when you're confident? Here we go.
Second, you just want to have that confidence. Everyone wants to drag you back down to their insecure level. I'm one of the most handsome men in the world. I'm an intellectual genius. I'm a beast. I'm an animal. I'm capable of anything. Now, that was a test. Although a lot of these true, that was a test. You see, if I would have said, I'm depressed, I'm sad, I'm scared of the world, I'm worried, I'm anxious, people would have felt better. People feel better when you say you ain't knocking the shit. It makes them feel better. The minute you hype yourself up, all the biggest half up yourself. You just want to have that confidence. Everyone wants to drag you back down to your insecure level. I'm worried, I'm anxious. People would feel better. People feel better when you say you ain't nothing, you're shit. It makes them feel better. The minute you hide yourself up, the minute you want to beat yourself up for a second, you just want to have that confidence. Everyone wants to drag you back down to their insecure level. I'm one of the most handsome men in the world. I'm an intellectual genius. I'm a beast. I'm an animal. I'm capable of anything. Now, that was a test. Although a lot of these true, that was a test. You see, if I would have said, I'm depressed, I'm sad, I'm scared of the world.
All right. So obviously, yeah, there's a lot of truth to that, isn't it? Okay, so now let's get to the main event and co-main event preview for this one, right? So, okay, so obviously here we are. We're gonna preview the co-main event and the main event for this one. Uh, the reason why I played that earlier, that particular video, obviously it kind of deals with Josh Hockett, right? Look, what Josh Hockett is displaying is confidence, okay? But he's also playing a character. Speaking of playing a character, we got Paulo Costa taking on Osmont in this co-main event feature right here. Okay, now speaking of confidence and not only confidence, playing a character, here's Paulo Costa right here, right? He says stuff about, oh, you know, the juice, you know, this guy, he fat guy, he don't know nothing about no juice or this and that. Well, all right, so here's the thing with Paulo Costa, right? I think that he is way over his head when it comes to this light heavyweight matchup. All right. I think that it's a great try for him to come into the 205 division because check this out, right? You want to come into the 205 division and make a splash, right? Who better than to do it against a smaller 205er? Not only that, he's a guy that can get you a title shot because the minute that you knock him off, guess what? You have an opportunity after knocking him off, you have an opportunity to get a title shot. He's undefeated. He's 16-0. You beat a guy like that, they catapult you to the next level rather quickly. Okay? So I don't think he's going to win this one, though. I think the wrestling is going to be too much. I think that this guy has power both on his hands and he could easily land a bomb on Paulo Costa. I'm going to go with Osmont by knockout. I picked Osmont to win before, but I said by decision. I'm going to go with knockout this time for my final prediction. I'm going to go with knockout. I think he's going to catch Paulo Costa. I think Paulo Costa is going to be very surprised of the power that he has. I also think that he's going to gain ground control time as well. Yeah, that's my official prediction on this one. Knockout by Osmont, second round. All right, so let's get to the main event. So obviously, this is a very interesting matchup. It is chaos versus technicality. It is methodical madness versus strategic planning. And when I mention all these verbs, I think you know who is who. I think you know who is who when I say technical planning. That's Carlos Ulberg. When I say uh, unconventional chaos, you're thinking of Yuri Prochazka. But what wins in this fight? Well, I think what wins in this fight is consistency. I think it is the consistency of Carlos Ulberg that's going to win him this fight. And also, what is up with this whole entire unconventional training of covering or plugging your nose while you're running sprints? I don't know if that's actually in any way helping your lung capacity in any kind of way, right? I know there's different methods and different ways to build up your lung capacity. For example, one of the things that I do after a hard training session, especially dealing with circuits or weights or heavy weights and one arm snatches or kettlebells and things of that nature, right? I like to go to the sauna afterwards, right? Especially some good box jumps to go along with those circuits as well. Go in the sauna for 15 minutes, shadow box. This is actually a good way of helping your uh, increase of CO2 max levels, right? Dricus du Plessis does this, right? Heat shock training. He does a lot of that in South Africa. Okay, so there's some merit to that. There's some merit to doing something like that. But when you're talking about plugging your nose, I don't know. There's just not enough scientific research behind that yet to back it up and say that, all right, you know what? This thing actually works. Look, we're going with Carlos Ulberg. Carlos Ulberg is going to win this by decision, if not catch Yuri early, because Yuri likes to put his hands down. Even in the pocket, he likes to keep his hands down. That's a big mistake. You put your hands down in the pocket, you are liable to get knocked out. Okay? Because I need you to understand this, right? Fighting in the pocket is one thing, but you got to keep your hands up. Fighting with your hands down is also another thing. There's no problem with this. You can get away with doing this. The problem is you can't get away doing this while you are close range, fighting Mexican style. Okay, you got to be able to keep your hands up. If you want to do the whole Max Holloway thing, pointing your finger to the ground, going, yeah, let's go bang right now, man, you need to be able to move your head and also, duck and dodge, slip and slide. I don't think Yuri is going to do that. I think that he's going to be very reckless and eventually get caught. So I would be very surprised if he actually goes through 5 rounds of this, right? I could see that happening. But I'm leaning towards Carlos getting a knockout on this one. I'm going with Carlos Ulberg by knockout. So that is my official prediction for the main event and the co-main event for UFC 327. All right. So now that we got that done, let's go back to Josh Hockett, because guess what? He is the most well talked about person in this whole entire card, and we're going to keep the focus on him because a lot of people are hating on him right now, right? The confidence that he's exuberating and things of that nature. Oh, and by the way, my video premieres in 5 minutes from now, so be sure to go check that out. Okay, the Jon Jones road rage video that is going to come up pretty soon. So, all right, let's look at the world of shorts and the world of reactions in the world of YouTube and what they have to say about confident people and why they are so hated as it relates to Josh Hockett. Here we go.
World, I'm worried, I'm anxious. People would have felt better. People feel better when you say you ain't nothing, you're shit. It makes them feel better. The minute you hype yourself up, the minute you want to big yourself up for a second, you just want to have that confidence. Everyone wants to drag you back down to the insecure level.
If someone talks over you, they have no interest in listening to what you have to say. That's disrespectful. They care more about what they have to say, which is why they're talking over you. And there's some really interesting research around this, because when it happens, you're kind of like, did they not hear me talking? And you kind of feel a little shut down. Well, here's what we're going to do instead. This comes from research from Harvard Business Review. And what you're going to do if somebody starts talking over you, you're in a meeting, you're talking, all of a sudden, John starts talking over you. First things first, keep talking. And a real power move is slow down. And the second thing that you're going to do, use their name. Mike, I'm going to finish my point. This is an important topic, and I just wanted to make sure that everyone's informed. And I'll be glad to get your feedback, Mike, after I've shared my perspective. But I'd like to make sure you actually hear my perspective first. Boom. If someone talks over you, here's the real reason high IQ men never finish what they start. Most visible Black women, if not all, I can't think of a single visible Black woman that doesn't get comments or accusations. Oh my God, this is so true. Listen, miserable, insecure women, especially, I don't know about men. Men might be the same way, but women, listen, if you are confident and they are insecure, they will try to pick you apart. They will try to
undermine everything that you do. If you wear your hair a certain way, they'll say a little slick comment to you about your, oh, I like your hair better with this. I didn't ask you. I didn't ask you. I didn't ask you how you like my hair better, ma'am. Or
The UK has a lot. I feel like nowadays people hate doing things by themselves. If you are out there in the restaurant eating alone, some people might look at you and be like, "Oh, that person probably doesn't have any friends, so he's just eating by himself," and they're going to be patronizing you, kind of look down on you. A lot of people kind of have this idea that if you do things alone, it will get you a million views or you don't.
All women say they want a good man.
You gotta watch this. If you're making less than 200 grand a year, life continue. Past is past. It never come again. The present is the best gift that we have in our life. The present, because you don't know that what's gonna happen tomorrow. You don't know. I don't know. You don't know. So live the present. Life continue. Past it.
When you're bullies, what did you talk to about it?
I mean, most people my age don't realize it. What's the best piece of advice you've ever received? This is gonna be funny. Yeah, but I think it's the most powerful thing in the world. Every ancient text, whatever religion, the Nag Hammadi, the Torah.
All right, so basically, I just went through a whole slew of videos, basically kind of showing why a lot of people are bothered by Josh Hockett and the so-called antics that he was sort of applying going into this week's fight week. But nonetheless, just so you guys know, my video is about to premiere in approximately 2 minutes from now. So go ahead and open another tab because I got a video that is going to premiere right now on midnight. Midnight right here. Yeah, I got a video premiering in about 1 minute from now. So yeah, man, this is going to premiere in 1 minute. So I'm gonna show a little bit of this and then yeah, maybe react to it as the video premiere is going on. So hopefully you guys enjoy it. It is called Jon Jones's Road Rage, Internet Fake Outrage, White Knight Simps versus Jones. Road Rage stories as well. So hopefully you guys enjoy that one. That's gonna be yeah, that's gonna be an interesting video coming out shortly. So hopefully you guys catch that one. All right, so let's get back to this police standoff in California right here. So
Ears on the ground, so maybe they have already made contact with them. They could be on a cell phone. There are endless scenarios that could be playing out down below. So, well, keep a watch on this. We're going to take a quick stream and update you accordingly. Again, you're watching the end of a pursuit crash, now standoff in Riverside County. More to come on the Fox
Ranger knows that if you're a school custodian, cleanliness is your top priority. That's why you can rely on Ranger for a range of cleaning products and equipment. From disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Ranger, for the ones who get it done. At the University of
all right,
Arizona
looks like it's starting right now.
career-focused online programs to a fierce community of wildcats from around the globe. Proud to be UAGC. Learn more at uagc.edu.
In my lane and shit, bro. Come on. So allegedly, Jon Jones swerved into this guy's lane 3 times, nearly causing a crash. The driver flipped him off, and that's when this happened. So who was in the wrong? What, bro? What I get into? You're almost hitting me, bro. You gotta calm down, bro. Yeah, bro, you gotta learn how to drive, bro. You gotta relax yourself, bro. You're almost hitting me with your truck, bro. You're almost hitting me, bro. What the
Jon Jones. This is something that I've gotten into. You know, how many times I've followed people home based on honking at me or based on just not liking the fact that I drove a certain way. All right, so understand nuances about this, right? Is this says we've detected videos in your stream belong to someone else. Your stream may be temporarily back. If you plan to continue, please ensure your content has okay. Hopefully this isn't being blocked right now. Am I still on with this video right now? Let me just make sure this is still on. Blocked right now. Am I okay, no, this is still on. Okay, just making sure this is still on. Okay. Well, anyways, yeah, yeah, so that video premiere is going on right now. Go check that out. That video that I have of Jon Jones and his road rage incident going on right now. So all right, what do we got going on right now? Let me see here. Okay. Okay, let me just try to fix this right here. I think they detected I was playing my own video, but it is my own video, so yeah, okay, yeah, it is my own video that I'm playing. So, all right, so I'm gonna just let that premiere play on right now. And yeah, man, you know what? I think I'll play some video games in the meantime. And then after I play a little bit of some games, I'm gonna preview the boxing event for Tyson Fury and Makhmudov, obviously, because that's also another fight card that is happening tomorrow as well. So let me see here. All right, let's play a little bit of some soccer here. So career mode, look at that. That's on the same day right there. So there it is.
So, yet again, and this is not the first time that Jon Jones has had some sort of traffic incident that's gotten him in some serious trouble in Albuquerque, New Mexico, his hometown, or not where he's from, but where he lives. Now, this right here was posted by Brian Beltran, who had an encounter with Jon Jones less than 24 hours ago in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And right here it says, driving up Central, close to Ubank, when I was almost hit 3 times by the truck, even after I read my car in the first time, it almost happened still almost twice after that. So I flipped it off and proceeded to stop in the middle of the road, back up, and come to the same parking lot. The night before, another guy in a truck pulled out in front of me, so this was pretty annoying considering.
joined for commentary by former England international Lee Dixon, and we've got Premier League action coming right up. It is Manchester City up against Southampton. Yeah, thanks, Dave. Looking forward to a bright, lively start in this one. Quick tempo, Who could be the dominant force in the first 20 minutes? They could get the upper hand in this one. Start.
Might need to take some driving classes. He almost hit him multiple times. Hopefully soon I make another video where we just shake hands and watch the beat. Hey, all of you with John's beat in your mouth, relax. It ain't that deep. I know he was a little champion. No, I don't think I can beat him in a fight. But like I said, he should still be more.
All right, look, I'm gonna have to agree with that part, right? I'm gonna have to agree with that part. Every time anybody has a problem with a fighter, the conversation always goes as follows. Well, he could beat your ass, or you don't want any problems with him.
I love this formation 1.2. Two legs dragged very close together. Fullbacks will link up with the wide players. The two holding midfielders will sit in front of the centre backs. Very solid look about this team. It should be locked to zero. Manchester City get the contest underway. Tremendous intuition to win it back. Oh, nice ball over the top to Chase. And he has been ruled offside here. Can't have been by an awful lot. Oh, I'm not so sure, but Lang's got a better view than I have. Hakimi. Manuel Akanji. They've regained possession. Take some progress with the ball in his feet. Santo. Logan. Can they convert? The keeper would have been disappointed had he not dealt with it. Well, that was the chance to take the lead, and the manager's frustration is there for all to see. Climbing it in. Terrific block there. Now he must favour the cross. Score! Well, first rate goalkeeping. Oh, you can't believe the goalkeeper saved that. That's brilliant. It came to nothing. And the draw may be forthcoming. He's got space. Oh, he's through here. The opening goal. Due reward for their efforts. Well, they've made the pressing count. They really deserve this lead. Well, just look at this. They all back off him, and he takes the advantage. He goes through 1, 2, 3. In the end, it's a wonderful solo goal. Slightly different vantage point in terms of the goal that was scored. Well, the manager's showing signs of frustration. They need to improve it. They're going to get something out of this game, Derek.
Manchester City with the advantage. Manuel Akanji. Phil Foden now. And Manchester City holding the ball with confidence. The decision is one of offside here. Ball's gone. Rodri. Midfield here. He will finish. Really good finish from Manchester City. They are the team on course for victory. Well, let's see that one again. It's all about contact. Does everything right. It's not bothered where the goal is. He knows where it is. He gets a beautiful strike on it. Let's have another view of that goal. So 2-0 now. Real chance. Well, they can say a big thank you to the goalkeeper. That was inspirational. Well, that's as good as a goal at the other end. Brilliant save from the keeper. So the corner played into the box. The cross is on. Low driven ball. Must say he's let himself down, but really flabby finishing there. Yeah, he wasted opportunity from the short distance. You can see the manager's frustration on the touchline. City certainly having the lion's share of possession. And what that does, it just relaxes the team. If you've got the ball, you enjoy the ball. And they turn it into goals as well. Can he finish this? There it's goal after goal after goal. Just no end to this. A brilliant display. Well, when you come to a game, you've got to see skill like this. It's absolutely brilliant dribbling. And defender, he's all over the place. What a goal. A chance to revisit the goal. Oh, no wonder he's delighted. They've been bossing this game up to now. And we're underway again. This game very much over as a contest. And very deftly cut out. The ball with Rodri. It is a decent looking attack here. Great opportunity. And the ball's on the net for Manchester City. When it comes to instinctive finishing, this is your man. Well, it's good play. You're back questioning the defending. But I prefer to be positive. Really good build-up and an easy finish. Well, let's take another look at that goal, shall we? Oh, to be a fly on the wall in that dressing room, if he stays like this, Derek, he's not happy. Just look at him.
Sadly, we have to conclude that this hasn't really been a contest, but all credit to any side committed to scoring goals like this. It might be on for them. Truly forthcoming. And now they have the ball back. Sancho. Run away. A delicious piece of skill. Timing is in. Can he put it away? And they've only got to apply that finishing touch. And that is not going to count. The decision is
What?
it's a good decision from the assistant referee. Spot on there. And that's an important intervention. Well, he took care of it defensively.
Hey, good seeing you on as well, Ali Khan. Yup. Just for you, man. You wanted a longer preview, so here it is, man. Hopefully you watched it from the very beginning, or you can watch it later on from the very beginning because I gave some pretty extensive details for UFC 327 on this one. And next, after this game right here, we're gonna preview the full card for the boxing card for Tyson Fury. So yeah, stay tuned for that one, my man. He says, any thoughts on Aaron Pico? I talked about that earlier in the stream. So you're going to have to rewind back and then watch it from the very beginning. But yeah, I do kind of, ooh, there it is. Nice goal right there. Yeah, I do kind of give some extensive thoughts on the Aaron Pico and the Patricio Pitbull fight.
Let's have another look at this. He wasn't expecting the ball, but when it comes to him, he chooses early to volley it. What a finish. Let's have another view of that goal.
Probably more excited for the prelims than the main card. Yeah, I see what you're saying, right? They stacked up. See, the way that they stack the cards right now, if you notice, right? The second fight of the night is Kelvin Gastelum and Vicente Luque. That's a way to kind of keep you engaged all throughout the night. So you got the first fight, nobody really knows, kind of an opener, an appetizer. Next fight, you got Kelvin Gastelum and Vicente Luque to kind of keep everybody, engaged. So
He's playing with real authority and attacking. Well, his movement is so good. You can see why he causes defenders so much trouble and a goal to boot as well. He's got space.
I want to watch the Netflix boxing card as well. Yeah, I'm going to preview that one next. That's the next card that I'm going to preview next. So stay tuned for that one. I just need to see where to put my time to. Yeah, man. So the Netflix boxing card is going to be on your prime time, and then you're going to have to stay up a little bit late for the UFC card to see it live. So, man, it's really tough to be an MMA fan in the UK, right? And surprisingly enough, MMA Guru is the biggest MMA streamer, and he's from England, so he's a true hardcore for sure. Inshallah, hopefully we all see it tomorrow, right? We have you know, a good day of fights ahead of us. So I'm still debating on whether I should go live or not. I'm not going to lie to you. You know, there's a part of me that's like, man, you know, do I just want to enjoy this as a fan and just watch it, or do I want to get some content creator points out of it? And you know, he says, I'm here in the West time, just did not know the time zone for boxing. Ah, okay, got it. Let's substitute all these guys right here.
And so the second half commences here. It was one-way traffic in the first half. They're going to need all their time.
Yeah, I forget you're in the West Coast as well, too, Ali Khan. Orange County, got it. Yup. Abdul Rahim says, you watching UFC 327? Yes. Uh-huh. Yep. Yeah, Joshua Van is unfortunately not in that one, which is, you know, kind of disappointing, right? Which kind of shows you how powerful this card is, even without Joshua Van. It's still a very powerful card. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, Joshua Van would have made it. You know, he says, I'm just here for work. Okay, got it, got it. But I stay in Houston, but I'm just here for work. Got it. Okay. By the way, check out my new Jon Jones video I got out right now. It's out on Premiere right now, actually. So
Second leg of the Champions League quarter-final, and you'll see it live with us here on EA TV. It's Manchester City taking on Liverpool. Yeah, both teams can almost smell, and he takes on the shot. And the ball's underneath for Manchester City. You get the feeling no matter
Jon Jones hung it up. So that's confirmed that Jon Jones has now retired, huh? Is that confirmed that Jon Jones is retired? Let me know in the comment section below. Yeah, let me know. Did he really retire? He says crazy the UFC would not give him one more fight in the cage. Yeah, man. Jon Jones really retired, man. Really retired. And man, hopefully that gives me some sort of like algorithmic favor towards the Jon Jones video that I just premiered right now. Yeah, he built that shit. Yup. Yeah, like gave him what he wanted in terms of salary. You see, that's the thing, right? We don't know if that is what's going on behind the scenes, if that is the reason why he has all these problems going on, right? We just don't know, do we? You know, we can pretend we know, but really though, we don't know, man. We really don't know. We really don't know. And also, you got to think, right? It could be that Jon Jones has just decided, hey, you know what? Maybe I can't compete with these guys anymore, and maybe I can't compete with the names of the people that the UFC wants me to fight. You know, that could be just the case as well. So, yeah, Abdul Rahim says, "Are you watching off your?" Yes, yes, yes. You mentioned that earlier. Yes.
and a substitution in the offing. And as they restart the game, it's fair to say the gulf in quality between the two sides has been huge.
Wow, man. Yeah. So Jon Jones really hung it up this time, huh? Yeah, that's crazy to hear, man. Jon Jones will be missed, man. You know, he built a lot of great memories in the world of MMA.
The ball rolling again in what has been an utterly one-sided match.
Says, are you watching Chelsea versus Manchester City today? Yes, I will be checking that game out. Yup. He says, regardless of age, etc., they should have put him in the White House card. Again, there's a lot of things going on there that we don't know, right? Like, what if Jon Jones did not pass the background check? I mean, you know, we don't know. I mean, he's obviously not a threat to society or anything like that. You know what I mean? But like, I don't know, man. You know, there's just a lot of things that we don't know that's sort of going into this, right? Just a whole lot of unknowns because Dana is saying one thing, John is saying one thing, and you know the reputation between those two, right? Who are you going to trust, right? The most untrustworthy fighter in the history of the UFC, and then the most cunning promoter there is, which no promoter you can really trust. So it's kind of like, yes, I am playing FIFA, yes.
Well, all the day's frustrations are there for all to see. The coach needs to try and turn this around and quickly.
But yeah, man, it's a whole different era of MMA now. Just better than you think. Just better than use, says Ulberg to smash Jerry. New Zealand top CKB. Let's effing go. All right, man. I like your enthusiasm right here, man. Yeah, you definitely are ready for the fights, man. Hopefully, I get some good sleep tonight beforehand. Get ready for this.
As we can see, right place at the right time. Striker's instinct is to be there and thereabouts. Keeper is no chance. A chance to revisit the goal.
By the way, guys, I have a Jon Jones video premiering right now. I urge you guys to go check that out as well.
Santo. Foden. Run away. Others to play it to. Running with the ball confidently. It should be. Still a chance. And a goal! Well, here it is again. You're trained from a young age to get in those sort of positions and never in any real doubt he's finished that. Cool and composed. And we go again, albeit from a different angle. Well, his players have followed his every command and some. The coach must be delighted. And we're underway again. This game very much over as a contest. Inside the last quarter of an hour. Akanji has it. Foden. Playing with purpose and control. Great opportunity. And they've only got one line. Finishing touch. is, again, it looks a simple goal. He gets in a position not that far out from goal, but he has to hit the target. He does that, and it's in the back of the net. Well, there's nothing better for a manager when a plan comes together. Total satisfaction. Well, we're underway again, and this game was finished as a contest a long time ago. With a shocking pass, really. 10 minutes to left for play in this match. And they'll get ready for the throw-in. Manuel Akanji. An attack full of promise. Oh, lovely weighted ball. They might be in. Just puts it into the illegal position. Offside, in the opinion of the officials. Maybe getting two substitutes warmed up, and 12 will come on here. It's been a thoroughly cogent and convincing performance in this match, Lee. Creating and scoring goals is the hardest thing to do in football, and City, it might be not the easiest of situations for the keeper. And firing it into the area. So a throw in here. It's opening up for them. Let's see about the cross. Will they still be able to do a bit of damage? Who's going to win this joust? And that completes an impressive hat-trick. Well, keep counting. 3 now. But at this rate, he's in for a hatful. Well, he's scored 2. He's going to get the hat-trick at some point, you feel. He's just so full of confidence. Never looked like this. Chance to revisit the goal. Oh, it's been a fly on the wall in that dressing room. If he stays like this, Derek, he's not happy. Just look at him. Well, if there were any lingering doubts about the outcome, surely they now have been removed. Ferguson. Giving them the gift of possession. And a bit stronger added time here, a minimum of 5 minutes. Sancho. Doing well. Outrageously skillful. It's there for him. And the ball's in the net for Manchester City. Finishers are totally single-minded. And he found them up categorically just then. Well, here it is. Striker's bread and butter. Simple finish, but it's the positioning that gets him the goal. Let's have another view of that goal. It's a massive lead, and it's very hard to imagine them losing it now. He's given the ball away unnecessarily. That's it. The referee brings the action to an end. Unless you run the rule over this man's work, positive out of
Yep, got to big up your players. All right, man. So in 7 minutes, we're gonna go and preview the boxing card for tomorrow. So let's save this one right here. Give this a good old save.
Guys,
All right. All right. So stay tuned, guys. Coming up, we're gonna preview the boxing card for tomorrow. That's gonna be the next venture we're gonna get into right now. And by the way, check out my new Jon Jones video out right now. Right, Jon Jones road rage incident. Wow, one of the fans had a picture of Yuri back in Pride, or I'm sorry, Rising, banging the Japanese drum where he was like wearing this, little Japanese looking diaper he had going on. It's, yeah. All right, yeah. So we're now just watching the final UFC embedded right now, where they are sort of cutting weight, sort of showing Paulo Costa cutting weight at this Roman looking sauna that they have in Miami. So they're just showing 10 p.m. last night, Thursday, of Cobb Swanson right here cutting weight. Yeah, it's amazing how UFC embedded could literally just put out these videos rather quickly. It kind of shows you the UFC media machine and what they got going on. Yeah, J5, shout out to you, man. He says hello, everyone. Shout out to you, J5. How are you, my man? Yeah, just watching the final embedded series right now as I'm playing this game, talking to you guys. Didn't really see much of the early weigh-ins, but I did see the ceremonial weigh-ins, so it's kind of good to, catch up with the embedded series instead. There, Azamat right there, 205 at 5'8", which is crazy to think about. There's Carlos Ulberg. Yuri Prohachka. Here he is. Abdul Rahim says, "Is this the best UFC boxing card of 2026?" I don't know about the boxing card, but for sure, this is the best MMA card this year so far. That's for sure. All right. All right. So, um, is it pay-per-view? Well, there's no more pay-per-views, so I don't know if I can necessarily just call that a pay-per-view nowadays, right? So, yeah, I don't know if I would, feel comfortable calling a pay-per-view per se, but all right. So let's return back to the screen right now. All right, and let's what is this? So this is watching the last of the embedded series right now. So after we finish off this embedded series, we're gonna go right into previewing the boxing card, by the way. So let me see here. Let me see. All right. So yeah, 3 hours and 5 minutes. We're going to preview. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to preview the full card of that event right there. All right, boom. Okay, so that's going to be in a couple of minutes. We're going to preview that right there. So, all right, go back to the embedded series real quick. Yeah, it's crazy that this is now vacant for the undisputed championship. Man, good on Alex Pereira. Well, I mean, he didn't really have a choice, did he? They were literally just going to, sort of strip him anyway because they don't want none of this double champ stuff anymore, right? They feel like it's just going to hold up the division. They kind of learned from Conor McGregor that that's kind of what happens. You hold up the division, that's just what you're going to get. You're just going to get, that. So, all right, so there's Yuri right there and Carlos facing off for one final time. All right, all right. So let's go, man. Yeah, there it is. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go preview these cards right here. At least the undercard and the full card for Fury versus Makhmudov. Let's go. Let's find this in Tapology, the most trusted source in combat sports is Tapology. So what are we going to preview? We're going to preview this card right here. So we're going to start from the very top all the way to the bottom. Okay. So obviously what you guys are here for, Tyson Fury versus Arslan Makhmudov. Now look, this is an interesting matchup, okay? Because Tyson Fury is above levels of Arslan Makhmudov, okay? Another thing about Makhmudov is he's very flat-footed. But also, Tyson Fury in the current trajectory of his career right now is not exactly a spring chicken. Not only is he not a spring chicken, he is also very non-elusive. This fight could go either way, but in all honesty, this is for Tyson Fury to win. Still an interesting matchup, but we shall see. Conor Benn versus Regis Progress. You want to know the truth about this fight? I feel like they set this whole fight up for Conor Benn to win, and that's quite obvious. They set it up for Conor Benn to win because they know that Conor Benn is the cash cow right now, or maybe they're just using him for whatever reason. Either way, Regis Prograis is a very tough matchup. Now, can you imagine what would happen if he was to lose here? The things that Eddie Hearn would say? Guess what he's going to do? He's going to act like Bibble's wife after the Better Biev fight. If you guys remember that, you guys remember what she did. That's exactly how Eddie Hearn is going to act like if Conor Benn was to lose this one and say, aha, see, I told you so. But ultimately, if Conor Benn even gets tested in this fight, let's say he goes to a decision, they're going to give him the decision, just like Tyson Fury. They're going to give Tyson Fury the decision. All right. So these two guys right here, I'm very familiar with Richard Riakporhe, by the way. He dated Madonna, strangely enough, right? As old as Madonna is. Well, he's here to take on Jamie Teshevka. Let's take a look at where he's been in his career, okay? Let's take a look at his story. So right now he is 9-2. Okay, he's coming off of a split decision win against Fraser Clark. Okay, has been knocked out by David Adelaide, has been knocked out by Igor Machado. So this is a guy that's been knocked out before. Okay, 9-2 record, still very impressive, but both of them came by knockout. What about Richard Riakporhe? Has he ever been knocked out before? No. In fact, he went to a unanimous decision loss against Chris Billam-Smith. No shame in that. Chris Billam-Smith, one of the top cruiserweights in the world. Riakporhe moving up and really filling up his body for the heavyweight division. David Hay, in the preview to this, was sort of giving him a bit of some pointers, right? David Hay was saying to him, like, something to the effect of, hey, listen, don't worry about bulking up so much, right? This is what a lot of heavyweights like to do, right? Like you look at Jon Jones, that's kind of what he did going up to heavyweight. But obviously, that's a little bit different because you're dealing with boxing in comparison to like sports that have a wrestling element to it, right? Where weight sort of matters a little bit. But yeah, man, I don't think this guy's going to knock out Richard Riakporhe. And I also don't think that this guy is more technical than Richard Riakporhe. So I'm going to give this one to Richard Riakporhe probably by late knockout. So this is for 12 rounds. I'm going to say maybe 8 to 10 round knockout. Let's go with that. So Australia versus England in the next fight, right? Fraser Clark taking on Justin Hooney. Justice Hooney. Now, I don't know much about Justice Hooney. Let's take a look at where he's been in his career, okay? So 12-1 is Justice Hooney. His loss, by the way, his only loss was against the Fabio Wardley at a 10-round fight, overhand right. He caught him with. Only loss he had. Fraser Clark. Let's take a look at where he's been in his career. 9-2-1. Where has his career taken him? So he's lost to Jamie Tieshva. Wow. So interestingly enough, that's the guy that Richard Riakporhe is going to fight that night. Okay, he's beaten Ebenezer Teague. He's lost to Fabio Wardley. No shame in that. I know who this guy is. Yeah, he's okay. That was in the amateur bouts. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that explains a lot. Okay. All right. So my final decision on this one. Oh man, this is a 50-50 matchup. This right here is probably the closest fight in the card. I don't know, man. I may have to go with Clark on this one. Yeah, I may have to go to Clark with this one. Maybe a 10-round decision. All right, so Felix Cash taking on Liam O'Hare. Let's see what Liam O'Hare has been. 12, 13-2, coming off of a loss. Wow. Okay, knocked down in the first round against Taz Nadim. Yikes. Okay, first round too. Wow. Yeah, but anything can happen in a fight, I suppose. Okay, Felix Cash looks like this is his fight to win. He's coming off of a technical decision loss because of a cut against Tyler Denny, and that was his only loss. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Felix Cash by decision on this one. All right, so next fight coming up, Hector Avila taking on Sultan Muhammad. I think this is an easy one right here. Obviously, this guy is sent here as a journeyman, right, against Sultan Muhammad. This obviously is a Saudi Arabian project, 2-0. El Nino, very interesting for a Saudi name, El Nino. Okay, he's had an amateur bout experience right there. Okay. 2-0. Okay, he's boxing the Crawford Canelo card. Also has boxed in the Benavidez and Yard card back in November 22. Okay. All right. Yeah, obviously, this is a journeyman fight. He's probably going to finish him like sometime in the second round. All right, Elliot Whale taking on Tom Hill. I'm assuming Tom Hill is brought here to lose, right? That's usually just the indication that you get when you kind of see these types of boxing records, which, by the way, in MMA standard seems pretty decent, seems pretty, yeah, it's a decent record, right? But this is a journeyman record in boxing. So you've seen he's already lost, decision against Paddy Donovan, Jack Rafferty. Okay, and a lot of these are like small bingo hall fights. So let's take a look at his opponent, right? His opponent is Elliot Whale. Obviously, this is Elliot Whale's fight to win. So yeah, let's go with Elliot Whale by unanimous decision. Let's go with that one. Okay. And next matchup. Brayon Gorham taking on Eduardo Costa, 21-0 against 12-5. Yeah, this is a journeyman fight. Obviously, this is very indicative that this is a journeyman fight. Look at this. This is a guy coming off of a loss against okay, Aris Londi Alvarez. Okay. Brayon Gorham, 21-0 right now. Wow. Okay. Yeah, this is his fight to win, right? Another one of these setup fights, obviously. Mike Talon taking on Leandro Blank. Yeah, this is a fight for Mike Talon to win. Zyman Zach Huber, 28-0, taking on, wow, okay, Powell August, 17-0. So two undefeated guys. Okay. But sent here from Poland. Yeah, this guy's probably sent here to lose. So I'm gonna probably go with Mike Talon on this one. Okay. Yeah, Mike Talon by decision. Okay, Zyman Huber, okay, against the Polish guy. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the English guy. I'm sorry, the German guy on this one, 28-0. And obviously Francis Gorman, 1-0, taking on 0-4-2. Ryan LeBourne. So he's had 42 fights. All of them were losses and two by draws. Okay. Lost every fight. Look at this. So this guy is a bona fide journeyman, like literally sent here to, yeah, box people just so they can get their confidence up, I suppose. You know what I mean? So, all right, yeah, that's my official prediction on that one. That's going to be an easy win. Obviously, this is going to be his second career fight. So, yeah, his second career fight. There you go, man. All right, so that right there, I just previewed to you guys the whole entire card for UFC 327 and now also for the boxing card tomorrow. Now, let's just get a little bit of some relaxation time right here and cruise the streets of Miami in the video game world, obviously, in the Crew 2 video game world. So let's check this out right here. All right, we're going to go to the arena where that fight is taking place. Where is that arena? Oh, there it is. All right, there's the arena right there. Welcome to Miami. There it is. That's the arena right there where the fight is taking place at. Yup, this is where the arena is taking place at. Victory, he says, "What's up, man? How are you, my man?" Yeah, man, just, doing a little over what do you call it? Uh Late night preview. You know what I mean? As requested by Ali Khan, right? He said he wanted to have a much longer preview, so here it is. I figured I'd come in here, do a little preview. There it is. Yeah, that's the KC Arena right there, right? This is where the fight is going to take place tomorrow, right here. Yeah, how you been, Marty, man? How's everything, man? You excited for tomorrow or what, man? I'm really stoked for tomorrow. Really stoked for the fights. Whether I'm gonna live stream it or not, I'm still debating. Because I don't know if I could go on, a whole entire, like full, full card or so, you know what I mean? But certainly I'm here for the preview, that's for sure, right? And I got a new video out right now with Jon Jones and his road rage situation. Go spread it out, man. He says, "Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this card." Me too, bro. Me too. This card right here, man. Oh my goodness, man. This is everything that we love about the UFC, right? Because oftentimes we complain about X, Y, and Z. Oh, these fights are not happening. This is not happening. Or, this is not going on. We wish this was going on. And then once in a while, they really throw you a bone, right? This is one of those times, right, where they really throw you a bone, okay? Like this is where like wow, okay, you got Miami in the background, you got a vacant 205 championship fight, you got Josh Hockett. By the way, he says I'm excited for every fight. Yes, it's one of those fights where dang man, you really got to be excited for every single fight in this card, right? You got to be excited for every single fight in this card. Um Here's what I got to say about that, right? Um, every fight has some sort of consequential meaning behind it. That's what I love about it. Like, really, that's what I really love about it. It has consequential meaning. Every fight has consequential meaning. Like, that's what I love about it. Um, by the way, I've changed my pick on the Josh Hockett fight. I think Josh Hockett gets it done, bro. I really do. Like, I changed my mind about Josh Hockett. I think, dude, I hope he's not like fooling me. You know what I mean? Like one of these, snakesman. What do you call it? Like oil, snake oil, salesman or some sort, right? Like really convincing me that okay, he's gonna win this one, and he ends up, maybe not winning. I don't know, man. But I feel pretty confident about him. Me too. He's a beast. Right. Look, dude, when you said he was an NFL player, that ultimately is what changed my mind about my whole course of decision making towards Josh Hockett. That's ultimately what changed my mind is the fact that he was a former football player. Look, I was saying this earlier in the preview. You have to like really rewind back from the very beginning what I was talking about, right? But I literally said that there are guys that are jealous of, let's say, fighters, or I'm sorry, athletes that come into the fight world, right? Like guys that have that football background, guys that have that basketball background, or, whatever type of sporting background that is, not necessarily connected to martial arts. They kind of have this, a bit of some resentment. I wouldn't say resentment, a bit of some jealousy, right? It's like, oh, well, I'll bet you that guy can't take a punch. Well, okay, what makes you more susceptible to taking a punch than, some average MMA fighter, right? Or some average athlete? Like, what makes you better equipped to take a punch? Like, you never really know until you're there, right? So it's kind of one of them things, like, yeah, he's a well-rounded athlete, bro. He's going to be too much. Yeah, I think he's going to be too much for yeah, he might be too much for Curtis Blades, bro. I could really see that. I could really see him being, a serious problem for Curtis Blades. But you never know. You never know, man. You never know how this is going to go. I think so too. He says, I think so too. The wrestling might cancel out, but I think Hockett will just be too athletic. Okay, so by the way, that's exactly what I'm thinking, right? They're going to cancel out the wrestling. So once they're on their feet, who's going to have the advantage? We've already seen Curtis Blades get knocked out by Tom Aspinall. Now, the way that Josh Hockett is marketing himself, it is as if he is uh, Tom Aspinall level type of fighter. He says, I don't know who to pick in the polo fight. Probably the other guy. Yeah, I'm going with the other guy. I'm going with the other guy. There's no way Polo is going to beat this guy. Polo came into this fight with the anticipation of thinking, you know what? I want to be in light heavyweight. All right, so if you want to be in light heavyweight, then go pick on the smallest light heavyweight who's undefeated, who's on his way to getting a title shot. So when you beat him, you can get the title shot immediately. But little does he know, this is a much tougher opponent to deal with. He says Blades does have a 30-pound advantage. You know what, man? In heavyweights, that none of that really matters, does it? It doesn't matter. By the way, you got to rewind back from the very beginning um, when I talked about Josh Hockett and Curtis Blades. When I previewed this, you got to rewind back from the very beginning when I talked about this. I said that this could be a Brock Lesnar versus Cain Velasquez fight, meaning that Curtis Blades is Brock Lesnar and Josh Hockett is Cain Velasquez. You've seen that fight, right? With Cain Velasquez and Brock Lesnar. You've seen that fight, right? So if you've seen that fight, I think there's a great chance that this fight is going to look exactly like the fight with Brock Lesnar and Cain Velasquez. Just within that same trajectory, I can feel it. I can feel that it would look like that. Now, if you don't think so, let me know, right? But if you remember the fight with Brock Lesnar and Cain Velasquez, I just want you to think about that fight because that's how I think this fight is going to go. I think it's going to go in that type of direction. Meaning that Curtis Blades will have an opportunity to take him down. He's going to take him down. He's going to have a hard time keeping him down. And when he gets back up, he's going to outbox him. He's going to have the speed advantage. He's going to have the striking advantage. And you want to know why? Because he's an athletic guy, bro. All these NFL guys, all these basketball players, these guys are great athletes. A lot of fighters or people that grew up doing martial arts hate to admit this. That's why when I heard he was an NFL player, I said, oh man, okay, we're dealing with something different here. Okay, we're dealing with a different type of animal here. That's what I thought to myself. I thought, yeah, we're dealing with a completely different animal. We're not dealing with a normal heavyweight. Okay, we're not dealing with a normal small heavyweight. So Victory says, I keep going back and forth on the fight between Yuri and Olberg. I think I'm going to pick Yuri. You know what, man? That is one fight where my mind has not changed about Carlos Olberg. I don't know why, bro. Like, I just don't trust Yuri in this fight. I don't trust him in this fight. I just feel that Carlos Olberg's consistency is going to make a difference. That's what I think. I really believe that. Like, I really, really believe that it's going to make a difference. Like, you don't think Yuri is a little bit sloppy? Like, do you get that vibe that Yuri is a little bit sloppy? Like, that is where I'm basing my opinion on this towards. Man, I love that we're back here again talking about these fights, man. I probably made already like several preview shows for UFC 327 since the first time it was announced a couple of months ago, right? And we can't get enough of it, right? That's why I wanted to really make this one long and just really exhaust every single thought process that we have out of it. He says, oh yeah, he's definitely a little sloppy. Right. So that is what I'm basing my opinion on. I am basing my opinion on this fight based on the fact that he is a very sloppy fighter. And Carlos Olberg, with the exception of that one loss that he had, I think that he's a very methodical fighter, as most city kickboxing fighters are. And I think that it's going to show in the fight. And I think that Yuri is one of those guys that just thinks about, feelings, right? He just thinks about feelings. He thinks about going with the wind, no measurement, no particular direction. Kind of like one of these dirty hippies that it's like when you ask these dirty hippies, like, hey, what are you doing with your life? What are you doing yourself? Well, I don't know. I'm just living an unconventional life. Well, what does that mean? Well, I'm living in an RV with a group of guys, and it's helping me to save bills or this and that. And I don't know where I'm going to go, but by tomorrow, I'm probably going to be at a beach, like one of those just guys that are just winging it. That's what he does. He just wings things. That's all he does. He wings things. He says, but it's extremely unorthodox, so it can be very effective. Okay. So here's the thing, right? Guys that are unorthodox, but are also sloppy, have a limit. They have a limit. I'll give you an example of this in boxing. Billy Joe Saunders and Canelo Alvarez. Okay, this is a classic example of this, right? In fact, this fight when Olberg um and Yuri are a close example, are a boxing example to Canelo and Billy Joe Saunders. Let me explain why. Billy Joe Saunders, just like Yuri, had a very elusive footwork, very elusive movement, unorthodox, right? Coming from the school of Dan Engel or Brandon Engel, the same coach of Prince Nassim, who, by the way, was also a very unorthodox fighter, right? One of the most unorthodox fighters in the world. Billy Joe Saunders follows that same path. But at the same time, that unorthodox process that Billy Joe Saunders had going on was very undisciplined. He was very undisciplined in the way that he conducted himself off of the cage. I'm sorry, off of the ring, right? You know, would blow up in between fights, you know, that type of thing. That's what Billy Joe Saunders had going on. He would literally blow up in between fights, right? So essentially, that's what you had. You had somebody that was very technical, very methodical in Canelo, somebody that was very linear in his training methods. And then here comes Billy Joe Saunders, somebody who just wings it. And then you saw how the fight ended. So the way that I see it is that that unorthodox style has its limits. And I think Carlos Ulberg is a guy to test that limit. That style of Billy Joe Saunders, for as effective as it was in all the years that he's been undefeated, it has its limits, and those limits were Canelo Alvarez. Abdul Rahim says Billy Joe Saunders is a clown and good that he left boxing. Man, Billy Joe Saunders was a great boxer up until he fought Canelo. You know what I mean? Like he was beating everybody up until he fought Canelo because Canelo had the anecdote. That's just what I think of Carlos Ulberg and Jiri in this fight. I think that the unorthodox movement of Jiri has its limits. And I think that those limits are going to be met with Carlos Ulberg. And I'm so confident in that based on the type of coaching and based on the type of team that Carlos Ulberg has. Norts GG says, we'll take Ulberg into the storm. Let's see if he can survive the storm. Okay, and then you got the Czech Republic flag right there. Okay, so obviously you are a supporter of Yuri. Okay, got it. Are you from the Czech Republic by any chance? Let me know. But yeah, either way, guys, I'm very stoked for this fight, man. Really, really stoked for this fight. I can't wait for it. Oh, my man retracted his statement right there. What was up with that? You didn't have to retract your statement, my boy. I welcome anybody's comments here, especially if it's just an MMA opinion. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I'm definitely not gonna hold you to it when it comes to MMA opinions in here. You know what I mean? So, yeah, you didn't have to retract your statement on that one. He says, why is sports so tribal? Why do people support their own? Leave your statement on. Um, you know what it is, man? Dana White said that we all love badasses and we love badasses that look like us. It kind of reminds us, like, look, whenever I see a Muslim champion, I think to myself, you know what? This is a culmination and the reality of the type of hard work, the type of dedication that we have as Muslim people. So whenever we see Khabib, whenever we see Islam Makhachev, whenever we see Kamzat, it makes us feel good about ourselves. Okay, that's what it is ultimately. Like it makes us feel good about ourselves. Like we love the fact that there are badasses that look like us. Like it excites us to know that, hey, you know what? This dude who is a complete badass looks like me. Wow, that is awesome. So, for example, when Conor McGregor was on his way up, right? Ireland at the time was facing a lot of economic strife, a lot of hardships. And then here comes Conor McGregor, right, who looks like every other Irishman, who sounds like every other Irishman, beating all of these tough guys from around the world. And it sort of brings pride to Ireland, right? But yeah, that's just kind of what combat sports kind of brings, in a nutshell. So, that's why I can't really blame people for being proud of who they are or being proud of representing X, Y, and Z. Like, it's hard for me to hate on people like that. Very difficult for me to hate on people like that because it would feel like me hating on myself in a way. You know what I mean? Like, why would I hate somebody that loves someone or something because they can relate to them? Abdul Rahim says other channels on YouTube regarding boxing and UFC go off tracks and waffle about other things. You stay on track, give breakdowns, analysis, and provide information. Do you? Oh, I mean, could you say at the same time that I also kind of, kind of gear off other subjects as well? Or maybe I kind of do it in a more methodical way, right? Like, for example, if I'm going to talk about Trump, I'm going to make sure that I'm going to add a UFC element into it, especially if it's, let's say, dealing with politics, mixing it with MMA, right? I guess you're right. Like, I probably just know how to do that better than most people, whereas I guess other people try to make it seem like they know what they're doing when it comes to, you know, like trying to do both, or I don't know. You know what I mean? Like one of them things in it. Doing a little UK voice to it, like a little yeah, you know what I mean? Is that one of them things in it? He says, "Are you playing Just Cause?" No, I'm playing GTA, my man. He says, "I hate the ads on YouTube." Yeah, I know, but you know what? The ads on YouTube actually give me revenue. So, please be kind and watch those ads if you will. Yeah, they do help out a lot. It only seems like I'm playing Just Cause because I'm like in the mountainous area. But yeah, I just landed on the mountainous area in GTA. That's why. By the way, I landed in a secret airfield, by the way. This is a secret airfield right outside of the mansion that I am staying at. So yeah, boom, there it is. Yep, little secret airfield. You get in GTA 6? Oh, of course I am. Yeah. He says, you have to understand that no one buys any of these ads. Yeah, but they pay me. They pay me for you to watch them. So please be kind and watch them. Back in the days when they say be kind, rewind, this is me saying, be kind and watch, the ads because they help your boy out, man. You know what I mean? So yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, guys, listen, I might have to take you guys on a little bit of a drive with me tonight. So I may go for a little bit of a drive in a second. So I hope you guys can bear with me and stay with me because yeah, I'm gonna be here for quite some time. I'm gonna, continue to milk this live stream and continue talking about the fights, man. If you guys want to continue talking about the fights, I don't mind. Let's do it. He says, Snort, who do you think should get a title shot against Islam at 170? That's a very good question. That is a very good question. I'm going to say Ian Gary. I think Ian Gary is in the shoe-in for that one. Who else is better than Ian Gary to take that matchup right now? It's kind of hard to kind of see anybody else take this matchup. He says the White House card isn't that good. You know what? This card is better than the White House card. Now, can you imagine? Let's say if they decided to trade cards, right? Let's say they told the fighters, hey, you know what? Let's trade cards. Everybody that's in the UFC White House, which includes Justin Ilya and the whole nine, let's trade them for Ulberg versus Yuri. All right, same card, right? Whatever was on that card, I know that there's less fights in that card, but let's just switch it up, right? And if we have to put more on the White House card as traded for the Miami card, then we will, right? But let's do that. Let me tell you, man, that White House card would be stacked. And you know what? None of the names that we, anticipated to be there, the Conor McGregors, the Jon Jones, aren't even there. And guess what? It's still a great card. Snort says, let's make Ian Gary versus Morales. The winner would fight for the belt. I like that. I like that idea. Yeah. Like have Ian Gary fight one more time. Sure. Yeah. Have Ian Gary fight one more time. And then if he wins, then all right. He's the rightful contender. But if Morales wins, then you can't be mad at that either because the boy is undefeated right now. So I don't mind that idea at all. That's actually a pretty good idea. Uh Snort. I like that idea. Because the idea of just, all right, hey, you know what? Let's just give it to Ian Gary. I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at that idea. I don't mind that idea. I'm like, you want to give it to Ian Gary right now? I'm not mad at that idea. But let me tell you what I'm also not mad at. I'm also not mad at Morales fighting Ian Gary for a #1 contender spot because I want you to think about it like this, right? Islam Makhachev has been extremely dominant, not only in the 155 division, but also in the 170 division. Just one fight indicative of the Jack Della Maddalena fight, right? Now, I know there's been a lot of criticisms about that fight, very similar to the fight of Dricus and Khamzat Chimaev, and I understand, okay? I understand, I get it. But still a dominant performance nonetheless. So he's been very dominant. 170, 155 was very dominant. And I think it's time for other guys to prove themselves. That's what I think. Like, if you really want a shot, you got to prove why you deserve that shot. You have to prove it. You have to prove why you deserve that shot. And that's why I would not be mad having Michael Morales and Ian Gary run it up again. So, yeah, what else? Let's talk about other divisions or just this entire fight card itself, right? What else? What else is there? What else is there, man? Tatiana Suarez, right? Do you see her fighting for the belt anytime soon? Or do you guys care? You don't care? Let me know. He says, yeah, Islam wants easy money. Him and Khabib and their manager wants Kamaru Usman. They want old man Kamaru. Did you guys see Dana White having that argument with Khabib and Kamaru Usman? No, no, I'm sorry. It was the argument between Khabib, Dana White, and Ali Abdelaziz. You guys remember that? Do you remember that little argument they had going on? So Khabib wanted Kamaru Usman to go fight Shafkat, because he felt like, you know what, you should be able to go out there and prove to the young guys, that you'll be willing to give them an opportunity, right? You've been a champion for so long. I think it's time for you to go and give other people opportunities, right? That's kind of what he was alluding to. But Kamaru Usman wanted Wonder Boy Thompson. He wanted Wonder Boy Thompson instead as like some kind of easy matchup. You know what I mean? He says Shafkat only fighting his wife at the moment. He ain't coming anywhere near soon. Yeah, I heard about that. He had a little bit of some Ilya Tapora situation going on, right? A little bit of some Ilya Tapora situation going on where, man, the Nelk boys, bro, they really put a number on, on Homeboy on that one, man. Wow. Yeah, they really put a number on him. Oh, what you mean? You can meet your wife in Miami. You can meet your wife anywhere. You sure about that? The brother said, you can meet your wife anywhere. What you talking about? You meet your wife anywhere. All right, if you say so. Um, Abdul Rahim says Ian Gary is trying to be BTEC Connor. What is a BTEC? Explain what that is. He says Ian lost against Shafkat. Ian can't handle his wife Layla. Well, explain what you mean by that. Like, what do you mean he can't handle her? Right? I think we can have some really interesting conversations about Ian Gary right now. If you ask me. Um, all right, guys, I'm probably going to take this one to the road. He says Ian is recruiting a new boy. Oh boy. Okay, so listen, I have a theory on that. Okay, I'm going to elaborate on that theory. I'm going to have a little bit of some elaboration on that theory. I think you guys may be shocked at what I have to say about Ian Gary on that one. Okay, so stay tuned. We're going to continue to keep the stream going. Stay tuned. I'm going to have a conversation with you about Ian Gary right now because believe it or not, I have a very different opinion on Ian Gary. And since it's getting late right now, I figured let's get a little bit raunchy and a little bit uncensored on this one, okay? Because I think yeah, I think we've delved into a very interesting conversation that we're going to bring up. So yeah, keep in mind, I'm going to bring up this situation about Ian Gary in a second. So, if you could just be patient with me for a second, I'm gonna hop right in the car, go for a little bit of a late night drive and have this conversation with you guys, okay? The Ian Gary situation is not what you think it is. I'm about to explain to you in a second. But so bear with me, okay? Oh snap. Oh snap. Just fell a little bit there. Okay, so just bear with me for just a second as I set up here. You know what, Abdul Rahim, I may have to disagree with you on that about Ian Gary respectfully, but I'm going to tell you why. BTEC means second class Connor. Ah, okay, got it. Okay, thank you for elaborating that for me. By the way, guys, I only need one more like to make it 10 likes. So if there's anybody out there that would be kind enough, please hit that one like button. Okay, bear with me for a second. I'm almost in the car. He says, "Bro, how much you paying to watch UFC 327?" Nothing. Obviously, it's uh, it's part of the Paramount deal package. So yeah, the answer is zero. What you pay for other than what you pay for Paramount. So it's kind of one of them things. So yeah. But okay, don't make me lose my track of thought about Ian Gary. I'm gonna bring up Ian Gary. I'm bringing up Ian Gary for you guys in a second, right? To kind of give you a little bit of an alternative outlook on the whole entire Ian Gary thing. So stay tuned for that. For just a second. Hold on, just a second. I'm gonna get to the car. I'm gonna go for a drive, and then I'm gonna continue on. I'm going to continue on from there and give you my breakdown on that. He says, we watch it for free here. Where is here, Snort? Let me know what part of the world you are from. Yeah, what part of the world are you from, Snort? Oh, damn. Almost broke my ankle there. Yeah, going for a little late night drive. Oh, Malaysia. Okay. Yeah, hey guys, let me know if I'm back on, okay? Um yeah, let me know if you guys can hear me back. Sorry, I lost a little bit of some connection there. You guys know that every time I go out and drive, I lose a little bit of some connection. So let me know if I'm back on right now. Mic check 1 2 1 2. I'm going to explain to you an alternative outlook on Ian Gary, okay? Because I promised you guys I was going to have a conversation about Ian Gary and give you guys an alternative look on Ian Gary, okay? So let me know if you guys hear me. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Mic check 1 2 1 2. We're on back on the bonus stream. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Mic check 1 2 1 2. We will talk about Ian Gary and my alternative outlook on Ian Gary, which will shock many of you, right? Because a lot of you have a different perception of Ian Gary, as I have a different perception of Ian Gary, and that's just based on just a different type of observation that I've noticed that maybe you guys haven't noticed, right? But let me know on the comment section below if you guys can hear me or if you guys want to hear my alternative take on Ian Gary, because I guarantee you what I'm about to say will shock you. And to answer your question, Victory, if you guys can hear me, I am not usually a late night guy. I usually try to sleep very early. So, yeah, let me know if you can hear me, okay? Let me know if you can hear me. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Let me know if you can hear me. Mic check 1 2 1 2, okay? As we embark on this late night drive. All right, so please, somebody write on the comment section below. Let me know if you can hear me, because I don't know if I can hear myself. So please, let me know if I can be heard. All right. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Let me know if I can be heard. Come on, somebody on the comment section below. If yeah, let me know if I can be heard. Can you guys hear me? Write 1 on the comment section below if you can hear me. Come on, guys, write 1 in the comment section below if you can hear me, okay? Because I'm about to blow your mind about Ian Gary, okay? So here's what I had to say about Ian Gary, right? So a lot of you guys call Ian Gary a cuck, right? Well, did it ever occur to you that maybe this guy stole a woman from a man who was way older than him and took a woman who was way older than him and basically became the new daddy to her kids, right? That's the alternative outlook that I kind of have with that, right? And everybody kind of looks at Ian Gary like, oh, Ian Gary is a cuck. He's a cuckold. He's this, that, or the other. You know what I mean? He's I don't know, man. It's kind of a weird outlook, but it's like when you look at it from the surface, I don't know, dude. It doesn't seem that way. It seems like all right, maybe you could argue and say that perhaps maybe Ian Gary has some sort of mommy issues going on, right? Considering the fact that he's with an older woman. This is a woman that sort of manages his career from top to bottom, right? You kind of think to yourself, what kind of sovereign rights does Ian Gary have over himself? Well, the sovereignty that Ian Gary has is the fact that he chose this woman and chose this woman to take care of all of his off cage affairs. You understand? So right on the comment section below, write the number 1 if you understand what I'm saying. Ian Gary, I'm telling you guys right now, Ian Gary is not a cuck. Okay? Ian Gary is far from that. I would say Ian Gary literally took somebody's woman, okay, and said, you know what? I know that these are your kids now, but you're going to have to come and live with us and basically witness me being, the daddy of the house. Like that's kind of how I'm viewing this. That's kind of how this is seen. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand why people. I get it. I get why people are calling Ian Gary a cock. But let me ask you something, guys. If you're a female, right? If you're a female, especially a female that's all about status, right? What is a bigger status to you as a female? Bagging a guy who is a doctor, okay, but it may be in his 40s or 50s, or a 20 some odd UFC fighter. Now, if you know what I know about the world, you're going to say, well, you know what? It's the doctor. Because if you know what I know about the world, you know that doctors right now make way more money than UFC fighters. That's just the facts, right? Doctors make way more than the average UFC fighters. They make way more than the champions. But if you are an immature woman, okay, which is what Layla is, an immature woman. And let me explain to you what I mean by Layla being a very immature woman, right? Layla is literally the type of woman that you see in the hood. Okay? Let me explain what I mean by that. What are the type of women that you see in the hood? The type of women that you see in the hood are the type to get you into fights, are the type to provoke a situation that you don't need to be in. Okay, like for example, take this for example, right? Remember when Kamzat was at the elevator with Ian Gary? Do you remember that? What exactly? What is this? Sorry, guys, I'm getting gas right now. But hold on, let me read your comment right here, Marty. What did my man Marty here? He says, Ian is 28 years old. Layla is 43 years old. Uh, BTEC Connor and BETC Layla were made for each other. Layla is a black Kim, a BTEC Kim. Oh, okay. When you mean Kim, do you mean like Kim Kardashian or something like that? Like, who do you mean by Kim in that regard? Let me know. Is that who you meant? Did you mean? Oh wait, no, that wasn't Marty that said that. That was Abdul Rahim. Sorry. Yeah, explain what a BTEC is again, Abdul Rahim. Yeah, that's I know you mentioned that earlier. I can't scroll up right now, but yeah, Marty, let me know what you think about that, right? Because I want you to tell me honestly what you think about my theory on that, right? Because for a long time, the overall theory is that, well, uh, Ian Gary is a cock. He watches his wife do, X, Y, and Z or this and that. I'm like, I don't know, man. Did anybody even think that maybe perhaps it was, the other way around? I don't know, bro. You know what I mean? It's kind of weird that they, yeah. D-Man says Kyrie. I'm still up too. Gee, damn. Well, hey, man, I think we're up because we're kind of excited for, this up and coming matchup. I think that's really what it is. I think that's probably why, yeah, we're all up, is, just for that reason alone. I think that's what it is. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think we're just excited for the matchup. And yeah, that's probably, yeah, that's the only reason why we're all up right now is because of that. But yeah, man, D-Man, shout out to you, man. Good seeing you here. You know what I mean? Always good seeing, always good seeing the boys around here, of course. He says Reyes versus Walker is very interesting too. He says, I think Jiri's will mark. When you said I think Jiri's will mark, are you saying that you think that Jiri is going to get marked? He says the West Coast is the best coast. That's right, D-Man. Yup. He says, I think this was one of the best cards in a whole two top to bottom. I was definitely sleeping on it at first. You are sleeping on it first because you were kind of looking at the main event and co-main event as like, you know what, that's kind of decent. You got Joshua Van, he's a new champion, not really a proven champion yet, but is trying to prove himself. So that's interesting in and of itself. You got Olberg and you got Jiri, right? A guy who's been slept twice by Alex Pereira already, and now he's back in title contention again. It's kind of like, I don't know if I'm really too excited for this one. It's kind of one of them things, you know? So you don't really know, yeah, you don't really know how to feel about it. He says, no, Jiri will mark Olberg. Okay, got it, got it. Yeah. So, man, yeah, man, I'm with you on that one, guys. I was really sleeping on this one too, man. He says, D-Man, only one he's lost to is Alex Pereira. Victory says, Jiri has almost 3 times as many fights as Olberg, too. Jiri has almost 3 times as many fights as Olberg. That is why Jiri is the more damaged fighter here. He's the more damaged goods. Olberg is like a new German car with less mileage. And Jiri is like, no pun intended, to his samurai lifestyle, an older Japanese car with more miles on it. He's like a Nissan. I remember I ran across, man, how do I say this without, revealing too much? But whatever. I ran across somebody today, right, who was, well, let's just say somebody that, I know that works, you know, side by side with me in a certain capacity, right? So he had a bit of some car troubles going on, right? Uh, it was a Nissan. And so I was like, all right, you know what? I'm kind of familiar with this. I kind of get it, right? Nissans, they tend to break down in ways that other Japanese cars don't, right? So, long story short, what I'm trying to say with that anecdotal experience of mine, right, where I'm talking about, a friend of mine who had a problem with his Nissan car, that's what Yuri is in a nutshell. He is an older Japanese car that breaks down easily, okay, because he doesn't have the right foundations, he doesn't have the right methods of X, Y, and Z to help him with, his technical deficiencies. So he breaks down easy. Um, what did Timothy here say? Oh, okay. Shout out to Timothy, man. Shout out to you, Tim. Tim said, Jiri gets hit a lot, but he cracks. I don't know what's going to happen tonight. Well, yeah, it is tonight, huh? Because it is still like 2 a.m. in the morning here in the West Coast. So, yeah, you are right. It is It is tonight because it is morning time already. He says, besides losing to Pereira, Jiri lost, loses. Jerry loss was in 2015. Okay, right, Timothy. He says. Victory says, I can't decide who's going to win. My heart says Jiri, so that's who I'm going with. You know what? That's the thing, though, Marty, right? Like, there have been plenty of picks that I've made based on my heart, and it's not necessarily just the guys that I'm biased towards, but just like, okay, you know what? I think this fighter is going to win because I like their story, right? Like the Malcolm Wellmaker fight, right? The last fight that Malcolm Wellmaker had in MSG, right? I really thought that he was going to win that. You know, he had the Ariel Hawani interview going on. And I'm like, man, you know what? This guy has a really interesting story. Oh, and then on top of that, Malcolm Wellmaker is a Muslim convert. So it's like, wow, man, you know, I really want this guy to win. He's got an MSG card going on, right? He's you know, half black and half Asian, and then on top of that, he's Muslim. I was gonna say half Muslim, there's no such thing, but yeah, he's a full Muslim, right? Obviously, a Muslim convert at that. And I'm like thinking, wow, you know what, man, I'm gonna go with this guy. And then lo and behold, he loses in, you know, Madison Square Garden. D-Man says, Spider Silva always wins. Blasian, yup. Yeah, Blasian, yes, that's in reference to Malcolm Wellmaker. Yeah, that's exactly what he is. He's a Blasian. Yeah, that's exactly what he is. He's a Blasian. Blasian Asian. Yup. But yeah, man, you know, my heart was into Malcolm Wellmaker in that fight as well. And obviously, it didn't turn out the way that it should. Timothy says hi again. By the way, Timothy, let me know what part of the world you are from rather than hitting the generic buttons that YouTube is telling you to push. Let me know what part of the world you are from, Tim. By the way, you are very welcome here. I appreciate all the people and all the chat that come in here and you know, and drop some lines and drop some comments. Always appreciate that. So yeah, man, let me know what part of the world you are from as we preview this UFC 326, man. You know, because I am so excited for it. And man, what an awesome time to be alive as an MMA fan. You know, really awesome time to be alive as an MMA fan right now. Really awesome times. But yeah, man. So what did Marty here? Right, let me read this comment here real quick. He says, I think Ulberg's style is perfect to beat Yuri, but Yuri is also very aware of Ulberg's weapons. I don't know about that, man. Aware and taking action towards it with the habits that you have are completely different things, Marty. You know what I mean? Like, yes, he is very aware that he can do X, Y, and Z. All right. He's very aware of that. Now, the problem is, can he execute it? Can he do something to execute it? And I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think he can, bro. Like, I just think that certain technical deficiencies he has are always going to be there. You know what I mean? Like, he's always going to have those technical deficiencies. And as a result of those technical deficiencies, he's never going to correct them. Yeah. Look, younger guys can fix a lot of their technical deficiencies. Okay. For example, when George St. Pierre lost to Matt Hughes for the first time, He was able to come back and say, you know what? I know how to beat Matt Hughes this time. I know how to not give him too much respect. I know how to go in there and prevent myself from getting arm barred. Same thing with Matt Serra. He was very young when he took these losses. So he was able to adjust. Yuri is at an age right now where he is completely stuck and permanent to the realities of his technique. He is completely stuck with those techniques. There is nowhere to go. There is absolutely nowhere to go with those types of techniques. That is what he has going on. And that's how he's always going to be until the end of time, right? So when you say that he's aware of what Oldberg is going to do, I'm very skeptical of that because I believe that he's just at an age right now where there is no changing him. Okay, so Tim says he's from Chicago. Shout out to Chicago, man. Chicago, old block, old block, free little dirt. Shout out to Chicago, Tim. Shout out to you, my man. Victory says he had to have prepared for the check hook. I don't know, man. I don't know about that. Look, I think what Yuri was, I think Yuri was on some David Goggins tip of this whole entire training camp. That's what I think. I think he was concentrating on being, the baddest guy, the guy that could take the most amount of pain, the guy that could run with, his nose plugged. Like, I don't know, man. You know what I mean? Like, I think he was really trying. That's what I think. I think he's more prepared to do David Goggins' workout than he is to understand the technical efficiency of Carlos Ulberg. Victory says, valid point. I highly doubt Jiri is going to make many changes at this point. Yes. You think Jiri tries to grapple at all? Yes. I think that, you know what? Who is between them two? You see, this is why I love that I extended the show. And by the way, shout outs to Ali Khan, because Ali Khan, you're actually the guy that influenced me to, hey, do a much longer preview show. Well, here it is, right? Earlier in the show, I did a breakdown. I did another prediction, another final prediction, and changed some of my predictions from the previous live streams. So, here we are, right? Having these conversations. So, okay. The question is, between them, who's going to engage in the grappling first? D-Man says Goggins is such a badass. By the way, Goggins re-enlisted. He's back in the military again, but this time he's in the Air Force. And by the way, you can do that. You can switch branches, especially if you're special forces or if you're a Marine. And especially if you're a Marine, you never have to do basic training of the other branches to join them. Kind of, indicates that everybody wants to be a Marine, but okay. Victory says, I love being able to talk about this stuff with you. None of my friends are into it as we are. Yeah, that's kind of what it is, isn't it? That's what's beautiful about, having an MMA channel, right? And then building a community out of it or being part of that community of, live chats and everything is that in the outside world, bro, not too many people, mess with MMA. Like, it's a very foreign concept to them. Like MMA is a very niche sport. Excuse me. Sorry, went down the wrong hole, drank something. Yeah, MMA is a very niche sport. Very few people get it. and very few people like it. Okay, and as a result of that, you can't talk about it to people in your everyday life. For example, for sure, very few of you can talk about MMA to your spouses. I know I don't, right? Very few of you could probably talk MMA to your children, even though, let's say, some of your children actually train. What are the chances that they actually keep up with the sport on top of training, right? Because, there are kids out there who train but don't really give a damn about the sport, right? And then there's adults out there that train, that do BJJ, that do Muay Thai or do boxing, right? Or one of those compository sports, and they don't necessarily watch it. So when you go online and you got a community like we do, we got a community of people that actually fight. We got a community of people that actually train. We got a community of people that not only actually fight and not only actually train, but also watch the sport religiously as well, and then break down the fights and then the storylines of the days of our lives, or the housewives of the UFC storylines that we got going on a daily basis. You know what I mean? D-Man says Kyrie goes hard as F training judo. Okay, yes. Yeah, man. Yeah, those are years of just getting different ideas from different people and how they train, and then, basically applying it to, what I do, right? Mixing it up with what I do, right? A combination of what Kamzat does, a combination of what Kyle Dake does, a combination of what great boxers and MMA fighters have done previously before me, and then I just mix it up and find a functionality behind it. So I'm glad that you appreciate that, my man. D-Man says, not the days of our lives, but the young and the restless. Ah, yes, yes. Okay, I like that. Yes, the young and the restless. Yeah, I'm not a big soap opera guy, obviously, but I tell you what, we love the soap opera of the UFC. That's for sure. You know what I mean? We don't love regular soap opera, but we do love us some, real life UFC soap opera. That's for sure. We definitely love that. Ain't no doubt about that. Oh no. He says, yeah, keep up the good work. Yeah, man. Shout out to you, man. Thank you, man. Man, it's guys like you that really keep me motivated with this. You know what I mean? Like, this is why, man, if and when we grow, man, I'm telling you, I'm gonna take you guys with me. I'm not gonna forget about the people that were loyal to the channel from the very beginning. Because remember, man, this only gets bigger from here. Obviously we're starting out as a small channel. Eventually it's going to grow into something bigger, and that's usually what happens, right? That's what happened with MMA Guru. That's what happened with MMA Joey. You just put in the right amount of time, you put in the right amount of effort, and eventually it sticks. And if you got talent and that you have talent to do this, then that helps as well. But ultimately, what's even more fulfilling about this, what is even more fulfilling about this are cards like this. Okay, having conversations like this, right? When I talk to old British dudes that reminisce about the old fights from back in the days, oh, mate, I remember when I saw Conor Benn's father and Chris Eubank Jr.'s father senior when they boxed, in London, or when they boxed in Manchester. I remember that. You know what I mean? Back in them days, yeah, the night before, man, me and the lads had some fish and chips and this and that. And I'm like sitting back listening to this, and I'm like, man, you know what? That kind of reminds me of when, all right, back when Jon Jones was going to fight Shogun Rua. That was the same card that Uriah Faber was in with Eddie Wineland. And I remember being at a restaurant with these Team Alpha Male guys as the fight was going on. I was like, wow, man, you know what? I'm never going to forget that. It's fights like that, right? And then, over the years, we built so much different memories with the UFC. It's, it's beautiful, man. He says, that's what happened to MMA holes. Big Dossa, your sausage. Yeah, big MMA holes. Yo, shout outs to him, by the way. He tapped into my channel one time, man. You know, MMA holes tapped in my channel. Yo, dude, that's what I love about this, bro. You know what? I got, ever since I started doing this, like all these people that I used to watch back in the days, right? Point and Shoot, by the way, who I found out is from Sacramento, right? He's like an anonymous channel, but he's a very big channel. He does hip hop content. You guys have seen him here a few times. You know, he dropped into the channel a few times. Jesse on Fire has tapped into my channel. MMA Holes has tapped in my channel. These are channels that I've watched, right? And then it's just crazy that they end up watching me. So it's like, wow, you know, and they're surprised because it's like, it's like, man, you know, this dude from Sacramento, you know, is like a big fan of me, you know, like MMA Holes. You know what I mean? Like he's surprised that, you know, this dude from California is like, you know, really into his channel and really into what he does. But man, that's Marty has the he has the thumbs down for the Jesse on Fire. Dude, you know what it is, man. Listen, you know, yeah, look, it's all right for you to have, you know, an opinion on him. You know, that's perfectly fine. You know what I mean? It doesn't change my opinion, you know, about you. But always remember this, right? For the same reason why I will always be loyal to you as one of my first time moderators in the channel is for the same reason why I will always be loyal to him because he's loyal to me. You know, I'll always remember that, right? But I get it. I understand the criticism of Jesse on Fire. I completely get it. You know, yeah, I mean, it's not like I don't have my share of criticism towards him too, but you know, I'm gonna let's say that if we meet offline, I could tell you, you know, a little bit more about that. You know what I mean? So he says, I'm just messing because it's run. Yes, is real one on YouTube. Shout out to you, Abdul Rahim. Abdul Rahim says they don't make things at the way they used to back in the good old days. Yes. Have you heard of Nate Land where a guy Cube fighting? Yeah. Yeah, Cub. It's gonna be his last fight. Okay, so I mentioned this earlier. I don't think you guys were here when I made a monologue about their fight earlier, right? What I mentioned in that monologue, if you guys want to rewind back from, you know, regarding the Nate Landwehr and the Cub Swanson fight, I said that Cub Swanson comes from an era of fighters that emphasize on being well-rounded, right? He came from the camp of Jon Jones, George St. Pierre, right? That's John Winklejohn, you know, Greg Jackson camp, right? Very well-rounded team. They emphasize on being well-rounded. Whereas the era of Conor McGregor, the era of Izzy, and the era of Khabib, they emphasize on being a one-trick pony, right? Or a one-style pony, right? Using a specific style to using a specific style, one specific style to get them to the next level, right? To get them to the championship levels. Whereas George St. Pierre, Jon Jones, they used a versatility of styles to get them to where they're at. I think you would kind of argue that Anderson Silva was a one style, one trick pony as well. But, you know, he started locking guys into submissions and then you started realizing, okay, he's kind of a well rounded guy. Yeah, sure. D-Man says, I get it. Absolutely, Kyrie. D-Man says they were on steroids, though. Huh. Okay. Victory says Kyrie is a GOAT because he lets you speak his mind. As long as you don't disrespect him, as long as you're not disrespectful, a true man of the people, commonly referred to as a race whisperer, an unbiased man of faith and honor. Shout outs to you on that, man. Yes. Kaio Bohayo, D-Man says, what about Kaio? What was the reason for bringing up Kaio in significance to any of this? But yeah, man. So as I was saying, yeah, they were a lot more well-rounded back then, right? Notice how when it was the Khabib and the Izzy and the Conor McGregor era, right? That was the era of the single style merchants, right? The single style merchants. Izzy had the striking, Conor had the striking, Khabib had the single-minded grappling. And then the people that followed them after that, what were they? They were Ilya Tapora, very well rounded, great boxing, great judo, great submission, and also great wrestling, right? Although you don't see it as often, but it's there. Islam Makhachev, the same thing, great wrestling, great judo. On top of that, good head kicks, good boxing, very well rounded. So Ilya Tapora and Islam are the evolution of those single style camps that evolved into well rounded fighters. So now it's back to, the well rounded fighters era again. But, anyways, Cub Swanson came from that era. And he has, I think, a little bit more technical skills than Nate Landwehr. And I think that's the reason why he's going to win that fight. So a little bit of a long-winded answer, regarding that. So Kaio is a big contender at 185. Yes, yes. He says that's for you, Vance. Yes, yes. Yeah, man. I'm sure if I had titled this some sort of political show, I'm sure Vance would be in here. But yeah, that guy doesn't even follow MMA, bro, which is crazy. You know what, man? That's how you're diversifying your audience, right? Because if you notice, he doesn't talk about no MMA. He's not really tapped into any of that. He's not really tapped into any of this. But once we talk about politics, or if Trump is at at a UFC card, then yeah, man, yeah, Trump's going to be at the UFC card. The liberals and the people that are like anti-Trump, and the Nick Fuentes supporters, the Groypers, are going to be all over this. They're going to make content all over this. He says, I don't know who the hell is going to beat Kamzat. Zero probably next champ. Yeah, he is D-Man. Who's he next? Have you seen Alex Jones is completely against Trump now? Yeah. Yeah, dude, because it doesn't surprise me. You know what? Listen, right now, the right-wing community is so divided. And you know what? There is one common denominator that is dividing the right-wing community, and it is that one Middle Eastern country that I dare not mention. Okay? Like, if you want to know what is dividing the right-wing conservative community, it's that. But even, you know what? Even the left-wing community, the progressive liberal friends that I have, or colleagues that I've, worked with in the past, have gone to school with, and that I still talk to this day, they tell me the same thing. They tell me that many people in the Democrat side and in the left-wing side are heavily divided because of that country that should not be mentioned. Victory says, almost makes me wonder if it's on purpose, because Trump has really went off the rails. Kaio Imavov. Oh, okay. Are they going to make Kaio and Imavov, or are you just saying those two names together? Trump is 80 years old, man. He's not going to be the same. He's not going to be, the sharpest tool in the shed. What he made fun of Joe Biden for, okay, he's probably going to suffer that in, I don't know, the next couple of years from now, right? Like, the dude just turned 80. Well, all right, at least on the day of the UFC White House card, he turns 80. But yeah, 80 years old, man. You can't be sharp at that age. And then on top of that, look, all right, you can be sharp at that age, but remember, bro, Chuck Norris died at 82. Trump is about to be 80. You understand? And this is Chuck freaking Norris we're talking about, man. We're talking about a dude that was literally just sparring with his son 6 months ago before he died. And then a couple of weeks before that was hiking up a mountains. Meanwhile, here's Trump eating all the McDonald's at Air Force One. You know, the dude ain't living a healthy life. You know, so how effective can he be? And then you got Chuck Norris, a dude who's not even that much older than him before he died. He says, Victory says, I've never really been a fan of his. He was just the lesser of two evils. Correct. He says, you're right. I think that's in regards to what I said about Trump in comparison to Chuck Norris. Victory says, yeah. And Don surely isn't taking care of himself like Chuck. That's what I'm saying, man. So remember, you know, same age, 2 year gap, okay? 80 years old, 82. Chuck Norris and Donald Trump. You know, rest in peace on the dead homies. Um, you know, Chuck Norris, man. So, have you seen the videos of Trump from the 80s saying he would take Iran's oil? Yeah. You know what, man? A lot of people are saying that like as if Trump is some kind of prophet or this, that, or the other. This is the way I kind of look at it, right? It's kind of like it reminds me of Professor Jiang. I know you know about this Chinese professor that's going around going viral. Oh, you know, he predicted Trump was going to win 2024. Okay, like, were you really the only one that predicted he was going to win 2024? Because I'm sure there was a bunch of MAGA people out there that you know sort of thought that that was a sure thing too, right? But they're just hardcore loyal Trump fans, and you know whether Trump was going to win or whether Trump was going to lose, they were going to ride with him anyway. And if he was going to win, then they were going to take credit for that. But then he goes and he predicts that okay, well he was going to go and make war with Iran, and then they're trying to make it seem like Professor Jiang is this Nostradamus or whatever, but it's just like, well, okay, you kind of see that that was the trajectory, right? But I don't know. I guess he had some sort of like scientific reason behind, you know, why X, Y, and Z happened. D-Man says Jiang is amazing. That's why they try to slander him. Victory says, what's crazy is all the Simpsons predicted with Trump. Yeah, that is kind of creepy. Okay, so D-Man, let me address to you about Professor Jiang, right? Now, I want you to understand that I don't know everything there is to know about Professor Jiang, but I want you to pay attention to these details that I do know, right? And by the way, I'm not trying to make you think one way or another, but think about this, okay? He got arrested in China. Forget this, espionage for the United States. And then the Chinese let him go. The Chinese let him go and sent him back to the United States. Isn't it a little bit odd to you that the Chinese caught a Chinese American, okay, because that's what I'm going to assume, right? Obviously, he's American, right? Regardless of you know, having a broken accent, regardless of the fact that he doesn't sound like me, he's an American, right? You know, maybe he came here at a later age. Maybe he came here at an age where he was already accustomed to the Chinese language, and so that's why he stayed with an accent for quite some time. Nonetheless, he's an American, okay? So he's a Chinese American. He gets caught up in China only for the Chinese to send him back. Now, I'm not saying he's a double agent. I'm not saying that he's, you know, this, that, or the other. I'm just saying approach him with a critical eye. Professor is a moniker, by the way. He will often say he is not a professor. He was raised in Canada. Okay, okay. So Canadian, yeah, Canadian Chinese. Okay, okay. So I stand corrected. Still, nonetheless, a Westerner. He's still a Westerner in the eyes of the Chinese, right? In the eyes of the Chinese, he is a Gaijin. Okay, no, I'm sorry. That's a term foreigner for the Japanese, right? But as the Thais would call him, he's a farang. Okay, he's a farang. He's a foreigner to the Chinese. He's, even though he's a Chinese, although the Chinese have this deep uh appreciation for their culture that they sort of mix the government, their culture, and their language all rolled into one, right? Which is why you see a lot of Chinese people often become spies for China. So there you go. That's the reason why the Chinese brought him back. Go back to the United States, go either spread misinformation or go find information for us. So I want you guys to think about that. Ponder on that, okay? Because that is something to think about. Professor Jiang, man, he is a trip. He is a trip, man. So, anything else, man? Anything else in this fight? Any last fights in the card that you guys want to talk about that we haven't really emphasized? I want to really, exhaust all points to these fights, man. Did we talk about Dominic Reyes? I think we did. Yeah, look, I think if Dominic Reyes gets on his wheels on that one, yeah, I think Walker is going to have a hard time catching him. Okay, haven't heard much about Cub Swanson. Yeah, look, I think Nate is a blood and guts type of fighter, and I think that it is Cub Swanson who's going to fight methodical in this fight. Right? Artem Lobov, he fought Cub Swanson. Artem Lobov had to fight very methodical. He had to learn how to fight very methodical and technical to keep up with him in there. Okay, that was probably one of Artem Lobov's best fights. Because in hindsight, it kind of showed you, how good Cub Swanson was. But in turn, it also showed you why Artem Lobov was able to beat Paulie Malignaggi at a boxing match. And I don't care if people say, well, it's a bare knuckle match. It's a boxing match against a former world boxing champion. He says, I'm going to pick Reyes too. He says, what do you think about that one? I don't know his opponent. Okay, you don't know much about Nate Landwehr. Yeah, Nate Landwehr is, one of those Justin Gaethje type of fighters. Wasn't Cub in the WEC. You know what? He's the last guy from the WEC era that's still fighting in the UFC. So that's kind of a prestigious honor right there. Yes, playful Artem. He says, what do you mean by playful Artem? Let me know what you mean by that. Yeah, right? What a legend. That's what I'm saying, bro. The last of the WEC eras. He's 42 years old, is Cub Swanson, man. He started at 2004, bro. That was like, man, that was like the year I went into the Marine Corps was his, pro debut. So he's been at it for a long time. Yeah, so what a legend indeed, man. Am I reading that right? Did I see Hockett interview Ariel Helwani? So he interviewed Ariel Helwani. What did he do? Did he dress up like Ariel Hawani? Is that what he did? But yeah, explain to me what happened in that interview, and then I'm gonna probably head out soon, man, because I still got to get some sleep so that at least I could go watch this Tyson Fury card tomorrow. Yeah, guys, I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to do a live stream tomorrow. Yeah, I just don't know, man. You know what I mean? I just, I am still able to watch the fights tomorrow, but at the same time, I also got a lot going on. So I will be there for the post fight, though. That's for sure. That's definitely a sure thing. I'm definitely going to be on the post fight show. That's for sure. But to live stream it, I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm able to, live stream it tomorrow, but that's why I kind of wanted to go on a little bit of a marathon on this one. So, um, D-Man says playful Artem. That's something McGregor would say to Artem during his training. Sorry. Conor McGregor training at Santa Monica is probably one of the greatest moments of Conor McGregor's life, man. It's probably what made him. Victory says can talk about it. Yes, that I know I can definitely do. The only thing that I don't know if I can do tomorrow is, a full live stream, right? Because I don't know if I'm going to do like a full live stream that's going to span from the Tyson Fury fight all the way to the UFC's prelims and main card, or just do the UFC prelims all the way to the main card, or I don't know, man, or just maybe do the main card instead. But that doesn't sound very appealing. You know what I mean? It's like, if you're not going to do the full stream, why not do it at all? Because the big channels are going to be there for the main cards, and then they're just going to eat up all the attention, and you kind of know how that goes. But yeah, um, Victory says, Kyrie hitting that OG, nah, man, nah, not at all, man. Just, having, what do you call it? Just having a glass of water and, I don't know, man, it went down my throat the wrong way, and you kind of know how that goes. But yeah, on any regard, guys, listen, this has been a wonderful preview show to not only the Tyson Fury fight, which is, a meaningful fight in the world of boxing, right? There's a lot of storylines in that boxing match that is kind of tied into the UFC, obviously. Conor Benn, right, being signed to Zuffa now. And now he's fighting on the same week. Imagine that. Conor Benn is fighting on a Zuffa card on the same week where Zuffa also has a big UFC card. I mean, what a great time to be alive as a fight fan, huh? Victory says, I know, LOL. Thanks for all you do, bro. You're the man, man. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you. That right there is is one of my prime motivations, are the kind words that you say, and many others as well who encourage me not only online but also behind the scenes. And with that, guys, I hope that you enjoy the fights. I hope that you enjoy this epic uh moment of breaking down these fights. And inshallah, I will see you guys in the next video, in the next live stream. And have a wonderful night. D-Man, shout out to you. Have a wonderful night. Get some rest, brother. Victory says, indeed I will. You guys have a good night. I will see you in the next live stream, in the next video. Oh, and check out my Jon Jones Road Rage video that I just released right now. Go spread it out. Run up the views on it. Send it to your friends. Send it to 10 people. Send it to 20 people. Just make sure that it's out there, because, I'm trying to get back into the video circle again. Obviously I've only been doing live streams. But I want to do videos again, but I just need your support in doing that. So You know, not only I can do videos, I can do live streams, maybe a little bit of some shorts. I was kind of debating on whether to do shorts. I heard that they kind of mess up your channel, but I don't know. I'm kind of debating on, you know, whether I should take that route or not. So either way, whether it's live stream shorts or videos, long form or short form, mostly long form that I do, I will be here for all of them. And shout out to everyone. D-Man says great analysis. And thank you. Thank you for all those that tapped in, man. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next one, inshallah.